blaze it, swig it, do what you need to, because it is officially the backside of the dinner break here on day 6 of the WSOP main event, which means the night shift is upon us. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman in the booth, Jeff Platt, Natalie Bodie on the sidelines, and just a smattering of the remains of 9,735 total entrants in this one. 94 to be exact. Current payout $85,000 as the show rolls on. There's Michael Mizrachi, the grinder, already having won his 4th PPC, still in this one. Kenny Hallaert, 6th place finisher once upon a time at the final table of this bad boy. At the feature with the chip lead, Leo Margets, the last woman standing, and a new rule is upon us. No surprise, auto clock on Will Kassouf. As you get your first glimpse around the rail, an 8-pack of new faces. Another 2 hours of poker on tap. I'm fired up. Not just, of course, due to the night shift, but the incredible induction, first-time ballot of my man Nick Schulman.
I got a salmon.
Into the Poker Hall of Fame today. I just listened to the speech, by the way, during the break, Nick.
Solid.
You know, always classy. I think this is in part why you're as loved as you are. So I know you don't love the
I don't really eat when I
put the attention on you, but just so it's
enough. I mean, I'm not a big eater in general.
It's time.
Playing,
just
okay,
need
have
to
a
say
seat,
it.
by the way. What do you? What's with all the standing this go around?
Well, I mean, the empty can of Celsius is what I would point to.
Yeah.
The hard thing, though,
in terms of what's with all the standing. Skuluchia, Jack 10, flops the Broadway gutty.
Hold your pee.
But just, you know, I know you like to put the lid on it, Nick, but truly, I admire everything about what you've done in this business on both sides of the operation, and so many out there have expressed this as well. I just felt compelled to officially share that in the window provided me.
All right, Ali. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Heartfelt, my friend.
I feel like even when you're inside,
not so felt as 9 high on this particular board texture.
But he has fired once.
Oh, and make that twice.
prescription Ray-Bans?
$500,000 with air and
That's quite nice. We've seen these ideas a few times where the aggressive sort of range attacks the big blind on ace-high boards twice with a variety of holdings.
Yes.
Very nice.
I mean, without it, I can't see anything.
Yeah.
These are a little bit like.
You have a good dinner, Ali? Did you?
I did.
It's like,
You're talking about.
I did indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I was like blind as well.
A small,
Teamwork.
I'm not going to call it a feast, but an appetizer of sorts there on the backside of the dinner break, or perhaps dessert would be the more apropos way to describe what was being enjoyed just there.
Who's in the rack?
I feel like it's a very international
That's someone that got moved, right?
final 100 players.
I haven't played a hand with us, right?
Many different countries seem to be represented. We see the former champ there, Merson, trying to do it again.
Yeah, the self-anointed milkman who was rocking the jug of almond milk yesterday.
It was from the previous table, the penalty.
Right, sure. You're looking at like a chart or something?
It'd be useful, at least.
No, I think they said acting out of turn.
Oh.
Mingini, ace 4. Take it, sir. That's Jared Mingini to be exact, 37 years of age, from Snowshoe, West Virginia, but now lives up in
with you guys to start there.
Lake Tahoe, Nevada. And believe it or not, as I look up at this dude,
No reaction.
Yeah.
Nick, I might have it wrong.
You're
But
sick.
Cool guys.
the
You know you're
last
getting
time I
deep
found
into the
myself
protocol
between
rubber
Tahoe
to
and
the-
Reno,
after the start.
I was at the Harvey's Poker Room on South Shore and then over at the Pepper Mill
Okay, all right.
in Reno, and I swear this dude was grinding cash.
There you go.
Apologies if I've got him wrong, but the face looks so familiar to me. I believe the statement when he arrived in Reno after I'd played with him the night before in Tahoe was, "So this is Reno." You know, just kind of one of those old school amateurist sorts.
All right, well, a guy like that can be very dangerous this deep in the mains, so we'll keep a keen eye.
Eyes trained on ace-10 offsuit here for the big blind of Prokopchuk, Mikhail. Prokopchuk, rather. That one's going to be somewhat challenging, if I'm being honest, as is the effort to win this pot with nothing more than king high. That's where the pre-flop opener, Derek Siddell, finds himself.
And let's see how Prokopchuk responds. Sometimes when we have sort of the best version of the top pair that we can have, he could have ace-jack, but probably ace-queen or better we hear from pre, rather. We just go for the raise immediately from the big blind. Maybe we have things like 4-5, deuce-4, and then this one. But of course, Call keeps an eye on all sorts of stuff as well. He does go for the ladder.
So the flat brings the pot to 1.3.
Have you been here the whole time, Kenny?
The turn brings a pair, although perhaps a spade would have been the more interesting of developments.
Yeah, but
Continuing to show deference is the ace-10.
You?
Would imagine Sudell content to just check.
Confirmed
22nd.
as he wraps the
3 weeks, I
felt.
guess, no?
Doesn't find the needed king or 6.
Still play a lot of MCTs or?
Do you favor value? Do our own bidding here
I
with the
never
ace-10 or
really did.
check and then kind of
I just
decide
played,
potentially induce?
Like some of the
Perhaps
bigger
both are
ones.
okay, but the first thing that comes to mind is going for some value.
Probably played
Maybe
the
we
most
go
is
for a small
volume.
size sometimes and a quite big size.
16,
He does just go for the
18
check.
For like World Series stuff. But I haven't traveled to the.
Sudell does the same, and that'll be a winner for Prokopchuk.
Yeah, turn and river prove uneventful, and unsurprisingly so, as the 35-year-old Russian who lives here in Vegas, economics degree from Florida Atlantic University, hauls that one in. A director of payments is his profession, and I'm not sure if he means literally or just kind of in reference to doing a lot of what we just saw.
What does that mean?
And then I'm like
A
Well,
director
he
of
directed a payment from
No,
the
no,
King
I
High. but
understand, but
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So like,
You know, it could just be mob boss. You know, I believe a lot of payment direction comes from these sorts of characters.
yeah. Vladimir, where are you walking right now? Come with me, my friend.
Yeah, like in Europe, we can't complain.
You
Like,
spent a little time out in Little
European
Odessa,
poker tour
did you,
and stuff,
Nicholas?
like, we
Did you
definitely
forget
still have,
about our
yeah,
little debt, my
good
friend?
amount of
But the
fights.
arm has
No,
to
I've
be
never
around.
been
Those are also,
out to
like,
that
always
region.
Really?
I haven't.
A big series,
Yeah,
10, 12 day series and lots of stuff happening. Like, I mean, from 1K to 50K basically, buy-ins, and yeah,
Well,
there's always something going on for
winner of the
everybody,
last pot
basically.
rates to be
It's
keen
always a nice,
to
yeah,
string
nice
two
go-to
together
for
here.
everybody.
Ace-7 of spades in the small.
Yeah, outside of WSOP, there's none of that in the U.S. anymore.
Yeah.
It's always just like, you know, the circuit events are like 300 to 1600 main, and then maybe they have like a 2 or 3K high roller that gets like
Yeah.
real people, and then
Yeah, it's not worth like traveling to necessarily always.
7-5 for
the Florida
Sergio
one is
Rich
good 'cause
Spirit
it's big, and they
Veloso.
also have, like, other big
Checking back and
other
turning
big
in the
2K
bottom
that
pair,
are
more than we
45K,
can say for this
like,
adrift ace high on this
they
spadeless
have,
queen
like,
high
4 or 5, like, big
board
ones
texture.
that
When
turn
you
out.
say Rich Spirit,
That's
is
not
that
too far from
is
me.
that
I've
an
gone to a
online
few
moniker,
times,
or
but
that's
still,
just
like,
his
Don't
listed
apply that.
nickname?
Yeah,
Listed nickname, and
Okay,
you know
fair
the
enough.
origins of it are unclear. It could mean that perhaps he spent some time in Sedona discovering himself, and it's that. It could be in the same spirit.
We got it. Thank
November, there
you.
will
Thank
be
you,
the
Ali,
Okay.
for the speculation.
But I live. That's like this is
No
5
thanks
hours
to the turn here.
But yeah, that one has a 5K main and
For the ace-7,
10K and
which
a 25K.
checks it. Veloso with the check back.
By the way, if we look at Rich Spirit's bio, profession poker player, hobbies playing poker. So it's, you know, he's in the game.
A double down of sorts. Soft 18, knuckles over.
You never had a pit phase, did you?
I'm
By the way,
I'm
no
currently in the throes of
Veloso.
one, by the way.
No, to be continued. No Veloso kind of turning these fives into a bluff.
Very moist vista here in terms of the four-liner and the backdoor diamonds, and this wasn't a particularly challenging decision for.
You're in the midst of some pit gambling lately?
The short answer is yes. Yeah.
The short answer works for me, my friend.
We're 100 million, 100 second shot clock. It's like, yeah, like 1 minute, 40 seconds, right? That's fair enough. If we're playing 100 million, if we're playing Triton super high rollers, like 100 million top prides with like 1,000 runners, eventually there will be like 1,000 runners in like 100K. Then we're
Wow,
talking like
as
what?
we can see it
Oh, but
there,
look at my
new
hand.
rule for Kassouf for level 28.
Forgot about the seconds.
10 seconds per
10, nice,
decision.
we count together. 8, 7, guys, sing together with her.
Trying to
fun,
play
this is fun.
conductor of the orchestra.
That's called running good.
Just in time, just in time.
I think sizing no correctly.
Ace 4. Kassouf opening just north of the minimum.
So I'll take these back. I'll keep my needed to the blinds, don't waste time. Still 250. Still 250.
I feel
luck.
compelled to advise, Nick, that word has come down. A considerable quotient of the dinner break was spent arguing the
If it speeds the game
implementation
up,
of
you
this
show one, I'll
rule
show one. But
by
I'm
Kassouf,
definitely-
with various members of staff deeply dissatisfied. He tried to climb the
Thank you, thank you.
the
Good call.
rungs of
Unlucky on the flop.
leadership and
Remember, you got 10
came
seconds.
up quite
on the
empty.
clock.
Young with the 7-4, defends,
There it
9-9
is.
trade, 2 diamonds.
What are the chances? Like I said, polarized. I've either got aces, or coconuts, or 9 high like a boss. You know me. I was going to bet more. You're lucky I have this. I'll get rid of my change, whatever that is, dealer. You can it for him. If you got it, you got it.
By the way, this I've got my
You
Euro
got it, you got it.
Yeah.
lenses on. It's just Jung for that gentleman there.
Good flop,
Young
man.
is,
got a
we
nine,
get
you
into
got a
the
nine.
years.
All right,
It's a cooler.
understood.
Don't make a fold. You got it, you got it. Every hand's a cooler when I play.
Greatest hits being deployed.
By the way, look at this. Maybe he feels that Kassouf, who only will have 10 seconds to respond to this,
10?
it makes it a little... No Kassouf grinding the muscle milk protein drink?
Well, most of dinner was spent arguing, so maybe this is a quick
I'll wait for a better
fix.
spot.
Not quite soylent,
Wait for a better spot.
but, you know, in a pinch.
All right, so we're playing a round of each.
As he gets
a round
pinched.
of normal poker. A round
By
level
the
of each.
7 high, and, you know,
Level of normal poker.
That was
level
nice
of
by
speed
John.
poker. It's different, right?
he's certainly not shy on painting a bullseye on his own back, is he? Not here to make friends.
You get another one. 2. Good spot.
Well, let's send it down to Jeff Platt for more on the particulars that have befallen
You good?
William Kassouf on
Thank
the
you,
backside
Johnny.
of this dinner break here on day 6.
Well, after getting the clock called on him again and again and again throughout the last couple levels, tournament staff decided to intervene. They had a discussion with Kassouf. Kassouf's argument was that he had a hand, he had a decision every time that the clock was called on him. So the tournament staff reviewed the tape. They found that that was not the case, and therefore they instituted a 10-second shot clock on every single one of Kassouf's actions. That shot clock will be enforced by the dealer, and after 1 hour of play in this level, then the tournament staff will reevaluate that decision. Guys.
You know, when I first heard it, as you're kind of looking back at that exchange there, Nick, I thought, you know, even for the least empathetic among those who fall on the anti-Kassouf side of the fence, 10 seconds, sub 100 left in the main with 10 million up top. If suddenly a spot breaks out where 100 bigs are on request in a pot that's got several already in there, this is borderline insane.
Well, it's definitely the most extreme form of clock kind of management we've seen. But, you know, it's also an extreme situation.
Round 2, ding ding. Last time you had set of jacks.
It's
There we
like
go.
if you
Saw it
spit
on
your
the
gum
screen.
out on a Singaporean
I said
subway.
ace-10 or you have jacks or
You
nines.
might think a slap on the
Maybe I
wrist
lost on that king jack
at worst would be what you're facing. However,
Sorry,
the
deja vu.
cane lashes
240, right?
are in play. You know,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Ali.
deja vu
Obviously,
here
a
is the
very bad
995
start for
2
Sturm,
diamond.
drawing almost dead.
780 in the middle. Trouble brewing. This was a pre-flop.
See it?
Open from the suited connector.
You got it, you got it. Every time.
260 the follow through.
Same scenario every time. There's only 2 scenarios every time. If you have it, I don't have it. If I have it, you don't have it. And if we both have it, the second scenario, then it's the cooler. This could be the cooler. Almost like the last one with the 2 diamonds, when you had the pocket jacks, right? King, jack 9, 2 diamonds, similar thing. Whoops, look out. Here we go, buckle up.
Sturm flats the 260. Quads on the turn. The upgrade from trips
Can't
for
rep it now. I was
Kassouf.
going to rep the 9 high like a boss. And now this silly card, how can you put that on the turn,
That's
dude?
a real problem
How can I rep it now?
for Sturm. Sturm, by the way, under the gun, raised
Here's
this one
Liam.
up and then deferred.
Germany's finest, right? I thought Swedish, she had a light hair, but you're German, huh? Wie ein Schiff, oder? Wie ein Schiff. Wunderbar. You like that turn? You improve? Schön, herrlich, wunderbar. Affe, Effe, los, los. Los, Affe, yeah, bet, why not? Yeah, take the donk lead. Now you turn your hand to a bluff. How much? 270? I don't believe you. Can't fall for 270, too cheap. You got it, you got it.
$270 ahead, bringing us to a river which isn't going to leave 9s full of 5s particularly shy about calling some number. Sturm the
Only way
covering
you can get me
stack.
to fold is if you bluff. Because if you check, I've got showdown, I think I win. The only way you can win this pot is to bluff, especially if you dogleg the turn.
This feels grimy.
Right, Leon? Oh, now you check. How can you win the pot if you check? Sorry, spare the pot, please. Just get rid of my change. If you got it, you got it. Commit myself. If you got it, you got it.
And you know, it's
Maybe I'm bluffing with the best hand, who knows?
a rough
I
spot
don't know
for
what I'm doing. I
Sturm
didn't even have
anyway.
dinner on dinner break, I swear. I didn't even have dinner on dinner break. Too busy chatting to Dennis, conferring with Jack Effel. Then the ruling was I'm on 10-second shot clock, then I had to confer again. It's not reasonable.
But
I
it
didn't
is
eat
even
any food.
weirder.
I've eaten nothing all day.
With Kassouf only
I'm sick.
having the 10 seconds. Because now Sturm
hungry
might
to
be
win.
thinking,
I'm hungry for fish and chips, if you know what I mean.
this is bizarre.
And not the fried version.
Hungry for fish and chips
Fish
has
and
been
chips.
declared.
Not the fried
Hey,
version,
fish,
he,
fish, fish.
he said.
Fish and chips. All I want is fish and chips. Too many good players in this table. I just need more fish. I need more fish and I want more chips.
Sturm's no fish,
If you're
my
thinking
friend.
this long, maybe I'm bluffing with the best hand. You're going to hero call me with ace queen high, really? Really? You be me a hero. If you call me with ace queen high, you will be my new hero. I'll follow you on Instagram, Facebook. I'll send you messages. I'll ask for your advice. I'll even ask for coaching. I'll pay for coaching. If you call me here, you deserve to win the spot. You'll be my new hero. GTO Lab, is that your website? GTO Lab? I might need to subscribe to that. GTO Lab. Never heard of it. Well, maybe bluffing with the best hand. I have to turn my hands and bluff. You got it, you got it. All these coolers every hand. So you checked to induce a bluff, but I can't have committed myself. I got this much behind. I think the only way to win this hand is to put me to the test for my tournament life and to shove all in. Because if you call, you lose. If you fold, you lose. If you go all in, it's the only chance you have of winning this hand.
My word.
You might think differently. But can't you tell from the tone of my voice, I'm so confident? So I must have it, right? But now you think of reverse psychology on your GTO Lab website. Act strong when you're weak, act weak when you're strong. Remember that? What about that psychology book you read, chapter 3, reverse psychology?
Sturm's
Like I
getting
said,
the
act strong
full
when you're
helping
weak,
here.
weak when you're strong.
Yeah, this is.
But then you get someone like me.
It's the
who
full
does the
helping,
reverse of
Ollie.
reverse psychology. Takes it to the next level. Act strong when I'm strong, act weak when I'm weak. So which one is it? That's for you to decide, buddy. Playing for $10 million here, not 100 million. Chop, chop. I don't want to call clock, but no shame in folding. I'm happy with the pot. Honestly, I'm happy with the pot. I'm not greedy. I'm happy I've got showdown, but if you got it, you got it.
Tough spot for Sturm.
If you're thinking this long, like I said, maybe I'll turn a hand to a bluff. I'm bluffing with the best hand.
Do you think any of this is having
I'm hoping you have
influence
ace-queen high,
on Leon?
You hear a call me.
Yeah.
You're a flush draw. But you bet so small on the turn, I can't fold for 200 something. Look how much is in the pot. What do you have? Tell me what you got. I'll tell you when to call. If you're thinking this long, maybe I'm bluffing best hand. Get a read. I'm giving you all the information. Look at my poker face. Get a read. Oozes so much confidence. I must have it, right? Like Martin Cabral said, when they're talking on the river, they always have it. Always. But he didn't know how I play my game. He wasn't talking about me. So I could speak the same way with so much confidence, and then I don't have it. You don't need to be a hero. You can find a better spot to put 1.2 million chips in the pot. You don't need to be a hero. No shame in folding, Leon. There's no shame.
We can see, and he
Oh, the
does
payday.
play it off. You'll see the bad news, Ollie.
Nuts. Send it. Earn that one. Absolute coconuts. Send it. Send it. That's what I'm talking about. If you got it, you got it. Absolute coconuts. Send it. How much is it? Can you make sure it's right? Yeah, is it right? Thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to call clock. You had like 510 seconds. I have 10 seconds. You can have 510. You can have 1,010 seconds. Should have raised. Should have raised. Put me to the test. Should have put me to the test. You got it. You got it. 9 high like a boss. That's what I showed. 9 high like a boss with the 9. Absolute coconuts in one hand. In one hand. Kadima hoppa. Leviathan musht.
If I search for an antonym to what we're observing here, gracious comes to mind. There it is.
English on the table. Kak boss, huh?
Yeah.
It's a lot, Nick.
No, it's really a lot. We can all feel it.
It's
You
not
know,
about the hand.
what can you
It's getting
say?
him
I
to
mean,
call light. Tell me what he had on the stream. I want to see what he called me. Ace high, ace queen high or something. He probably had the same hand, jacks. He called me with 9's full. 9's full. Absolute coconuts. I'm not messing about after dinner break. 10 seconds, I'll show you 10 seconds.
I'm
You wanna see
boiling
range?
on
I'll
Leon's
show you range
behalf
minute.
in the aftermath
Show you range
here.
in a minute.
that was tough to watch.
show you
Getting
range.
shown quads, I mean, such a setup spot there, and then getting the full dress down.
The absolute coconuts, the
Yeah,
the other
earn that one,
language,
tongue out, like
the muscle milk, running back the muscle milk.
I'm not messing around now.
And that's just
Get my
stone
shit
340 under the gun 9 with 9-4 offsuit.
throw it closer.
6.3
I'm happy to
in
try
front of
behind.
Kassouf
I'm
coming
getting
into
the
this
hand,
one as he
hitting block.
bounces off a low water mark.
It's not about
Remember,
the
he had
forces.
an 8-figure
Getting him
stack
to
at
score.
one point
How
in
am I gonna
time
get
and
him
was
to
really
score?
throwing his weight around.
I had to speech him into it. That's why it's good to talk.
Chirping
That's what I
chips,
do
as
for a
they say,
living.
but
As a lawyer, it's good
he
to talk. The more I
chirps
talk,
with
the more I
all
get paid.
stacked
Then I come to
ups.
the poker table, do the same thing. Last 15 years, same shit, different year. Same shit. I've been pre-rolling last 15 years on everyone else's money. They just give me their chips, just speech them into it, tell them I've got quads, they pay me, I show quads. Absolute coconut, send it. 15 years I've been free-rolling life. Life's a free roll. It's the title of my next book, comes out next month. Life's a free roll. You got it, you got it. So sick, so sick. And now he's not going to believe me. I'm raising his big blind. He thinks I'm bullying him. Now I wake up with an even bigger hand. And let's see if Leon is good enough to fold, or he's going to be stubborn because he's big blind and try and fight for another pot. You work me up now. Give me 10 seconds, I'll show you. You give me 10 seconds, I'm coming for you.
Once more into the
I'm coming for all
fray.
of you. Every single one of you. I like you. Maybe I'll go easy than you, but the rest of you, I'm coming for all of you.
Round 2 taking
Every
shape
single one
here.
of them.
This time Sturm defending his big with the dominant
Fearless,
ace-10,
ruthless, and relentless.
which stays in
I will
front
not
on an
stop
8-trade deuce board.
until I get what I want. And I will not rest until I've won. And God help anyone who dares to stand in my way. Yeah, you have been warned. I'm not messing around. Get my chips in good every time. Every time. Especially against Leon. He's the only super high roller Triton boss. Get it in good every time.
You don't like red chips?
I'm getting rid of I've got OCD. I'm going to get my chips in good, but with the change.
Well, they're not in there so good
when I've
here.
got the absolute stone cold nuts like I had
It's
against
interesting in
Leon
hindsight,
Keep them
how
in front.
can Leon know? But when you see the 9-4
When I bet it,
offsuit
I have it. I'm
is in
protecting
there as some of the opens,
The flop didn't make a difference.
we
to mine.
do consider taking a
winning
stand pre a bit wider than we would under
And as a
normal
gentleman, because I beat you in the
circumstances.
pot last time, you show one, I show
So
one.
as to
You show
avoid
both,
the
I will show both.
awkwardness of
Man of my word.
the wide range
I have the best
post.
hand. That's all I'm saying.
Avoid the awkwardness and just the declaration pre becomes more equitable.
Yeah.
However, for Leon with the ace-10 high, the 10 of spades, and he still knows Kassouf is splashy, he is making an excellent continue on the flop in the face of 460. This pot is really swollen given the 3x open pre from Kassouf and the meaty flop bet.
Gut shot acquisition, courtesy of a 6 of clubs. This
Now it's
is
getting a bit
supposed to
spicy.
be Sturm's board here, Nick, as the big blind defender. And Kassouf knows this.
And he's getting counted down.
Just in case.
Check back now. Hunting a 4, 5, or 9. Instead of board
Nope,
pairing
there
deuce,
it
which
is.
is
That was lucky.
quite cozy for the ace high.
I'm winning now then.
You know, Kassouf's whoop,
Didn't
there
need
it
that.
is, had a
I'm
little
winning anyway.
less luster with the 9 high
Control.
than,
See if
you know,
can
when he has
blast
the
off the river
trips, it's...
Since you missed your flush draw.
Anyway,
Obviously.
I think for Sturm certainly just goes for the check
Roll reverse.
and decide.
Everyone wants to have pocket jacks to be like Leon, eh? Ah, you slow down, you see. I was checking pot control to see if you'll blast off. I'll get rid of my change here. If you got it, you got it, right?
Oh my.
Oop, there it is. You got it, you got it.
Well, goes to the whoop, there it is, and the it is a bet of 1 million into 1.8 roughly. You know, contextually there is some strange,
Do not put me on this
you know,
hand. I give you that
impact
much. You won't give me credit for a hand.
Yeah, I mean-
Hopefully you pay me off. Let's see if you're stubborn enough
from the prior
from the last
exchange.
hand, or whether you're going to pay
For
me off
sure.
again. That's slow play, that monster. That's what I'm saying.
So tough when you pay a guy
If I
like
bet
this
the turn
off,
and then you
lose,
check shove,
and
I
then
have to
run
think
into
about it.
this the very next hand. You don't want to do it again,
And now I'm
you
longer.
know?
If you gotta do it,
But
it's good luck.
Leon's too good for all that. He's just trying to make the best decisions he
What have
can,
you got,
but
ace six?
Nick,
it's
he's
all
only
real.
got
I got counter
1.6 remaining here.
unfortunate.
Somebody. Huh?
Fair
This spot's
shot.
very hard. You win sometimes.
Out of mutual respect, you show
Blockers
one, I
mean
show one.
less
If you
against a
show both,
Kassouf.
I will show both cards. I'm not ashamed to show my hand. Legit hand, big hand. I wish you 3-bet me pre-flop. We could have got it all in. But I'd have the best of it. You would need to hit, you need to hit.
All in.
Oh, damn.
Well,
I did not see that coming, but go on, Leon.
Good
Fly,
Nacht.
young man.
young Sturm,
My word.
this was a very unexpected
I guess he
silencer.
I guess he was kind of going for the, you know, this is a bluff, but it's one of those sort of, wow. I don't think any of us expected that.
How much? On point? How much?
You know,
630?
Are we not better
Really got full house?
served? The
This is sick.
incremental 630K, Nick, does it have enough weight on it to risk busting ourselves
I
out
think
of the
you've got
main
to
as
stay and
opposed to
river the
just
house.
click and call and bluff catching?
Pocket threes?
I know it's just a paltry
I'm gonna
5
sit on
bigs
stream.
remaining, but
I don't double you up. You never bluff in this spot for your tournament life. So one card. We can see on stream anyway, Leon. Wow. Improve on the river as well.
You know, Ali, I hear you, but I think he...
Improved on the river.
I don't know, man. That's one of those that we would have to ask Leon. And you know what? We might find out one day, because Leon does sort of wear his heart on his sleeve and talk poker sometimes. That was fascinating.
I wish I remember the individual who I inquired with, but I remember once a guy explained, you know what, just F that guy. Let's send it down to Natalie Bodie.
Here with Frankie Flowers making his deepest run in the main event yet. How have you felt the pressure ramp up from day one to now?
I'm just having a good time, to be honest with you. I'm like a fun, charismatic player, I say. And, you know, I'm just, once I made it past yesterday, I was like, let's just have some fun and let it ride, see what happens.
You told me if you win the main event, a lot of people back home will be happy. Tell us a little bit about your philanthropic work.
So we do a lot of stuff. My father, John Flowers, started over 30 years ago. We do like an Easter egg hunt, gets a couple thousand kids. Thanksgiving, we hand out thousands of turkeys. And then Christmas time, kids write a letter to Santa. We get the letter, and then we fulfill almost every letter that they write. About 3,000 kids in the last couple of years. So it's... I would definitely make some families happy. You know, I get a lot of people that reach out to me for help with either housing, food, clothing, stuff like that. But if I win the main event, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have a good life, a much better life than what they have right now.
Very cool. And you said you got a lot of support back home. Are they tuned in? Are they watching right now?
Yeah, so everybody's wearing their stripes. I'm known for wearing the tracksuit all the time. And back home, they, you know, my buddy Lou, he's got a diner. He even names a burger after me, the Frankie Burger, during the World Series. And then everybody puts on their stripes. They got people ready to fly out here tomorrow. So they're like, if you get a lot of chips, we're going to fly out. So I'm trying. I had a couple big hits recently. This guy, we got the 3-seat over there is kicking my butt a little bit, but we're hanging in there. We're alive. We're still good. So we got some hope. I'm having fun though. It's really great run event. I will say that. From all the years I played it, this is the most organized I've ever seen it. I love how the new app that they have now. It's really good. So it's really great. I'm really happy to be here.
Hopefully some flights can get booked. Good luck.
Let's go.
Big smile on Frankie Flowers' face with good reason as he is part of the final handful here. It's just $2.5 million. 15.2 at the top of this notable slate, brought to you by PokerStars in front of Braxton Dunaway. I don't know if you clocked it, but Flowers was balanced. You know, he hit us hard with the philanthropic stuff, but then the lid was O'Connor and Partners personal injury attorneys. So,
yeah, well,
you know.
Yeah, there you go.
It's, offsetting.
Hang on a minute.
As sevens now being offset by Ace-King and flopping top set. The Ace-King is dead, done and dusted. Shifan claims a pelt here. Zero sweat.
Good game, sir. Rough flop to just be stone dead.
Ugh.
But what a run. 91 remain.
Bradley?
Yep.
Sir, do you know what to do going
Bradley
forward?
Jensen.
Thank you for playing. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Saying goodbye with $85,000 for a 6-day effort. 8.5x the return.
You know, I wonder if it crossed Leon's mind that Kassouf might be bluffing with something like Ace-Jack or Ace-Queen, because Kassouf is freaky enough to kind of come with stuff like that. And maybe it crossed his mind that it would just be so sick to hero and lose to a bluff. That's one of the worst feelings there is. Sometimes when you hero, you know you beat the bluffs. But here with Kassouf, it's so, his style's very, you know, I don't know. I mean, one can only speculate. Really interesting hand. There's Fan with the double shades. Or the spectacles and shades, rather.
By the way, this is stuff of legend from yesterday.
There's Tenorio.
Love this guy.
I like him, too. Not going to be coming with any jokes about this guy.
No.
You know what I mean, Ali?
I understand.
Pretty one for power. All sorts of chips, north of 15 mil. Margets healthy as well.
240 from Tenorio. Finds a couple of patrons in 5-6 and 7-8 suited. Last woman standing involved. And how about this board? Ace 7-5, pair and a flush draw. And power is an apt way to describe this holding for Chad. Up against fives and top pair, he takes a swing leading into the field. The old kind of out of order.
Yeah, you know, sometimes really deep in tournaments, you see the kind of out of order, as you said, occur when one player is covering the others. Here we can see power with so many chips just leading right out. And for Tenorio, obviously not going quietly. To what capacity we'll see momentarily. Goes with the call.
Yeah, the fives bowing out. Another 800 flows into the center, and the spade arrives. No waiting for Chad Power. And he's got the sense here that value is available versus a lot of the ace-X, which would continue on a board such as this. Brisk follow-up.
That is a brisk millie. And in the face of such action, might Tenorio with a spadeless one pair not feel keen on continuing? We'll see. It's a little bit murky. We beat things like 6-8 of hearts, 8-9, something else a bit random. But for power just to lead into two opponents on the flop, especially after Tenorio was the one who raised, he has to kind of have something. If I was in Tenorio's seat, I don't know, Ali. I would really love to have a spade in my hand. Something like ace-10 with the 10 of spades is so much more comfortable than this one. For the exact scenario we're looking at least we have outs against the small flushes.
I'd love to have a phone a friend or a 50-50. The Ask the Audience can turn on you, but they tend to be good.
Tenorio just kind of looked towards the sky. It feels like he's gearing up for a release.
What form of release, however, if he calls this 1 million of the 2.7,
a release of his tournament. No, I think he's going to let it go, but it's certainly not for sure.
You know he was rooting against specifically a spade on the turn, unblocking it. That's that one card that just reeks.
Good fold, very good fold.
What a tough one too.
And the rich get richer.
Flipping back over to the feature as Chad hauls that one in. Perhaps had some higher hopes of making a few more chips with that one.
My company, and she doesn't watch either. She doesn't care about me. Just kidding. She loves me. Just kidding. Hopefully she's not hearing this. No, she watched.
Gia Skulugia. And the only reason, by the way, that I can work my way through that hodgepodge of consonants and vowels is because I know this guy, Nick, from deep overseas in North Cyprus at the Merit Poker Complex.
Look at you.
He's actually a beast. He's taken an event or two down out there, and here he is down to the final 100. No question that the familial nature of the regulars in that room are tuned in right now and sweating their man.
Shout out Cyprus. You know, that's strong.
Yeah.
I heard it's beautiful over there. One day I'll get over there.
Come on down. 240. And coming on up to 2 kings as Merson on the button with a spoonful of medicine.
And it's a bit sick for the 8-8. Curious to see how he responds. I think the choices here are pretty much peel or fold.
750.
We don't really want to back jam 20 bigs in with this one, I don't believe.
Is it caught up yet? The stream caught up?
If memory serves, Nick,
Excellent fold.
Skuluchia's not...
Does it right away
Yeah.
as well. So, well done.
I'm surprised he found the fold as quickly as he did. Lean on chips, but showing the discipline and the restraint required to find your way down to this point. The fold button has to be worked out if you hope to make it here. Oh,
Thank you.
the chocolate has been unwrapped. $500,000 chip.
That's a beautiful chip, the chocolate.
Brought to you by True Classic.
Very rare to see a chocolate.
Do you like chocolate, by the way? You're not a sweet tooth kind of guy, are you?
I like chocolate, Ali, sure. You know.
Milk, dark,
I was like, how do I
white.
put one chip in?
I kind of like the dark chocolate for the most part.
Yeah, that's
I don't
good.
really like milk. White is nice, but I don't like the milk chocolate too much.
Something synthetic about the white that I'm not keen on. I believe it's not even chocolate.
Yeah, well,
It's
if
been
we look
explained
at
to me.
your side of the desk, I mean, this is really, it's just, it never ceases to
Walk
amaze.
us through it, Nick.
Ali has a V8 energy drink. Okay, peach mango. He has 3 kind of
Excuse me.
mini,
Do you guys have
are these
goose milk or
peaches?
almond milk or anything
Mini,
like that?
he's got 3 plums. 2 bags of the Sun Chips.
Okay, I'll take an almond milk.
Harvest cheddar.
Thank you.
a Nutella B-Ready bar.
Actually, it
That's
comes
a
in a paper
crispy
cup.
wafer filled with
fine. Yeah,
Nutella. Okay, and then
I'm filled with something.
just to kind of, as we see a very bad flop for the Jack-9, just finally we have the Oreo, you know, the
6 sleeve.
the 6 sleeve. So, you know, again,
I don't control what craft services delivers, nor does Mangini control what the deck
I was
delivers.
with you in the truck when you were double fisting.
Well, a single fistful of 400,000 in chips brings us to the turn. Sudel's demands met, but there's no negotiating our way out of it for the time being for Mangini, whose Jack-9 suited is being held hostage by the king kicker. Check back here. The procedure. And now a 4-liner on board. Small blind defense, different than big blind defense in terms of the presence of a 6.
You're very right, and just in terms of the range sort of composition in general. Perhaps an idea for the small blind here is to go quite small.
Bet 600.
Goes for 6 into 1.54. So kind of a full value bet, so to speak. And I would think this gets called. That'll be a winner for Sudel.
That's disappointing.
Laying in the weeds over there.
Forgive the obvious. With that Jack-9, I think there was a little bit more pride in it than the King Jack was going to allow.
Shit regs back home are anti-sweating us right now. You want to give anyone a shout out?
I don't know if anyone's anti-sweating. There's got to be people anti-sweating.
Definitely people.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
100%.
Do you know how many people hate me and you right now?
A lot. Oh, yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that
I'm
sucks.
jealous. But yeah, they'll never make it.
But you know, I gotta say, the anti-sweat speculation when I read that
I mean, when
Derek
Cotto final table
Pomp
again, I was like,
Sudel
I was like, come on.
lives in Medford, New Jersey, this feels like a demographic sort of replete with perhaps some bitterness. You know,
What do you think? You're big time now, something, Sudel? Mr. Main Event over here? Look, it's Mr. Main Event. Nah,
I used
sure
to
they're
check raise
rooting
this
for
clown
him, you know?
at the
Yeah.
Taj.
Is
Yeah.
Rahi still in?
Coach.
You know?
Well, it wasn't the beginning of the day, but I'm not sure now. I haven't checked.
He's still in, brother. The grinder, that is.
Yeah,
they're
don't sleep on him
speculating
either.
about.
He has a very polarized.
Yeah. It's actually like amazing that he can like with the structure that he can
Is that me
do that stuff
with the
and last so long.
9-6?
People just end up having good hands so often.
You know, if you were ever out there, I would love if it just simply said Ali.
In fact, it's
a lot of power
Ihab
for
Ali,
your boy from Cyprus.
You know, number one. All loaded up here.
Are you still like
Finds the limp.
You just play
Palomares, well served. Not to get frisky with the king 5.
No, don't play that.
This is where, for his sake, we're hoping a one-pair sort of development isn't what lurks. In a way, it is with 2 9s on board, but obviously safety appears available.
Who would be a bigger one? Like,
I take it back, and I do so quickly as the king of diamonds now creates peril. And Skulugia.
Huge development for Skulugia.
Yeah.
Is that one good?
2.5.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was. I made a bit of a run actually.
And it's interesting, you can kind of feel Palomares doesn't like it immediately. Of course, we're not hitting the muck, but he kind of nodded his head almost, I don't know, felt a bit. This is not the card Skulugia was looking for, although still aces and 9s, huge blind versus blind.
I would need to.
4.5.
I'd be able to get there, but there's no desire for me to study like that hard. To try to beat those guys.
5 1/4 now on the end, and you know, this is a humidifying 8 of diamonds.
I mean, they're all amazing. Like, there's a lot of amazing players in there. Like, I mean, kudos to what these guys achieved. Like,
of course.
How they evolved.
Yeah, we really don't ever beat value. We're kind of in that only beat a bluff territory. It's not a fun place to be. And when you only beat a bluff,
beats the Triton streams. I love this.
it's just hard. This spot is so
They
hard.
tend to be just like
We don't envy Palomares right now.
You know, so. But I guess that's more.
Structures are quite fast.
That's what I'm saying. But I do enjoy watching that just because that's definitely like what I know the least about, so I find it interesting. Where are you from, sir?
Originally Syria. I live in the Bay Area.
Okay, nice.
Near San Jose.
Credit to Palomares
You're
for
great,
really
right?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
giving this a proper chew. He recognizes that the limp from the small blinds sort of has healthy interactions with this texture from time to time.
And this is very much the hardest spot to play, or certainly one of them. Limp check in the blinds, very wide ranges, very mysterious. They're wide, but then they condense. They can condense in deceptive ways, but they start, you know, with so much of the deck possible for both players. They're just incredibly tricky spots to navigate.
Copycat. Yeah.
Does pay it off, and a great pickup for the ace-ace.
Well, he makes a nice meal.
And a classy, nice hand there from Palomares. Back over to outer table B.
When you check that turn, then just call.
I checked the flop.
This is where most of the work gets done for us.
Hold on
Was
a
that
second.
Broadway?
Was that Broadway getting bluffed by a queen on ace-queen 10-5-5? Because if it was, bravo, sir, what a play. I'm not sure we saw that right, but I think we did.
Just an ever so quick glimpse of Bekenstein's King Jack.
How do we not have that full hand?
I mean, by the way, Kassouf is down to 3 million on the backside of it, so.
I thought it said Kassouf had the King Jack. Bekenstein just had the King Jack.
Yes,
that makes a lot
he's
more
pulling
sense.
him in.
Makes a lot more sense.
Oh, and you know, shell shock.
What I'm saying is, I thought he got him to fold the King Jack. Never mind.
No.
Onwards.
You have water? You have change for 100?
Oh, it appears that Leon Sturm has found a solution, an antidote, if you will.
Yeah, he's got the, you know, you can't fault the earplugs in this spot.
I hope those are airtight, by the way, because I've dabbled in those little foam deals, and they're not the best. You know, it knocks it down a touch.
Knocks it down, not out, but.
Yeah. You're going to need, you know, a set of those quiet comforts over ear with the canceling technology.
Fold.
Oh, now hang on. Update coming in from producer Jackie. You had it right, Nick. Queen 9.
He got Kassouf to full Broadway. That's what it flashed, right? Thank you, producer Jackie. That's pretty sick. Curious as to what the line was prior to that, but I didn't even know Kassouf is capable of such a fold. So very interesting if that's what really went down. 240 to go from Sturm. Pretty one for Pirati on the button.
Especially considering the dominance.
It says he folded, but we saw him put chips in.
Yeah, okay, it's back. Okay, so was there some strange directive by the photographer assigned to this particular group to wield tongue, if at all possible? Because
yeah, you know we've seen a fair amount of
Jordan
there it
S.
is. Yeah.
So Sturm's King 10 being leaned on and examined by the button. Dominant holding, as we can see. There's the grinder. Tokens flowing in his direction, 7.6 million of them in total.
Talk about just a stone legend.
By the way, props for wearing the bracelet. 7 of them in the treasure chest in total. Sharing that with you, my friend.
4th PPC.
That's astounding. 21 FTs. Finished 5th in the main 15 long years ago. 10.6 million.
You know, I was asleep on 5th in the main, to be frank. I remember it now, but I was asleep on that.
Yeah,
I wasn't
me too.
thinking of him as a main event final tablet, but it's not surprising at all.
It's the PPC performances that cast the big shadow on something like that.
So just the hits keep on coming with that guy as we come back to outer table B.
87 left, Nick, 100 dimes. If you meet your maker at this point. It seems so paltry when you consider how close you are to the 10 milli.
Yeah, you know, such is the nature of tournaments, but it really is profound.
Open here from the ace 10.
At all times. Okay, he told me about on the felt. I didn't understand.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah. Understood. Ooh, thank you. Now I know how Kassouf feels.
Seems to be a new arrival here.
Like you said, you can take the phone here.
No, you can't put the phone there.
You won't believe the hand I lay down against you. You see it on stream.
Yep.
And maybe it's lucky you had I had a 5-second shot clock. Maybe I'm lucky, but I had a monster hand.
So we're, you know, really getting confirmation that Kassouf indeed got bluffed off the straight.
250. I'll give you Maxim credit for a monster there. I turned the stone cold nuts. I had King Jack with the King of Spades. Ace 10x, Ace 10 5, 2 spades. I had King Jack with King of Spades. Turn Queen of Hearts, give me stone cold nuts. I bet 650. You checked. I bet 60. Cool. And River you just jammed. Put me all in for 3 million. Nuts or nothing. You now have quads. Aces full, queens full, tens full. That's it. The only hand I beat is Ace Queen, top 2. I don't think even shoved 3 million with top 2. And I had 5 seconds to make that decision.
Yeah.
Suited one gapper.
I swear, I'm telling you the truth. That's what I'm saying on the road. They're a pretty sick spot. I don't know if other players would have folded that.
Being employed by Kassouf. And once again, he is getting after Leon Sturm's big. Ace 6 off, and Leon's engaging.
I'm not raising light with my hand.
I believe he's merely asking him what his stack is.
I get it in good, especially against you. I learned my lesson. I just folded the nuts on the turn against him. Got rivered, right? You can say, I'm going to see you on the stream literally in like 30 minutes. Yeah. I don't think, the only hand I beat is ace-queen. So I think you were aces, queens, or tens. Or quad fives, obviously, only quads. You bet so small on the flop, then you check the turn, you didn't like the turn. Or maybe you did if you turned a set, which gives me the nuts. And then the board paired. The board doesn't pair. I think you bet out, I shove, then you might have to make a huge laydown. River saved you there. Pretty sick to have the stone cold nuts and with one card to come.
780.
Now, what was that?
You heard the man, Ali.
You know,
780.
This is precisely what you sort of alluded to, Nick, is that if we begin to sense that Kassouf is dancing, we can really send the needle skipping across the record and bring things to a halt pre-flop with maneuvering such as this.
Yeah, and you know, I can't help but make some fight analogies sometimes. But you know, when you're in there with some great boxer and you're, you know, throwing crazy stuff at them, they take their time a little bit. But at a point, they start to kind of pick you apart. It's not to say Kassouf can't win right now. We could see he has 46% equity and position. But Sturm is going to make all sorts of adjustments and so on. If you show him enough, he'll just start switching things up on you. Queen 10-3, 2 clubs.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ali. Perhaps a small c-bet from Sturm simply takes it.
Are you surprised, given the lack of depth for Kassouf, that he would stick around in the face of this?
I'm not particularly surprised. And under normal circumstances, this is a kind of alarming board for Sturm. But I think versus Kassouf, who has all of these sorts of hands, maybe we just go for something in the 300 to 500 range and just kind of win right now. Although, let's see. He does go for a check. He really doesn't like this board, and he doesn't love having the 6, perhaps. Even though it's a diamond, which is better than a spade or a heart.
Well, the raise called the 3-bet feels interactive with the queen and 10. Kassouf thought about it, but he too checks back.
It does feel interactive with the queen or 10 under normal circumstances, but again, we're talking about a guy playing a lot of hands. So while that still rings true with some opponents right now in the main, it's really all over the queen and 10 in a just terrifying way. But here, as we can see, Kassouf does have the 9 and 7 of spades.
What he doesn't have is anything more than 9 high. Board pairing 10 could keep the ace high invested. Remember, we're not far removed from the check jam, risking his tournament life with ace 10 from Sturm. And some mustard on this barrel here from Kassouf. Just rifles in 720.
Would imagine this will just do it, but Sturm really surprised us earlier with the ace-10 jam on the river.
Yeah, do it the hard way. Obviously nuts. 9 high like a boss. Send it. Send it. Let's go. Let's go. That's how you play the short stack, yeah? So you do it the hard way. Heart of a lion. It's how you play the short stack. Put that in your GTO pipe and smoke it.
Oh my.
9-7.
9 high like a boss. That's it. I'm sick. I'm sick. When I get 9 high, I'll go giddy. I told you, I'm coming for you. This is how you play the short stack. 12, 50 big blinds. Give me the 9 high. I'm not folding. 3-bet, 4-bet. Let's go. If you got it, you got it. Thought I'd slow play. I'd trap on the flop. And no more free cards. I have to bet the turn. Got to protect my hand.
Do you know the origin story of Will's
good fold,
romance with
Don't go on tilt now,
9 high in particular?
I mean, I recall that particular World Series where he came with 9 high like a boss for the first time, but is there more of a...
I guess it just stuck.
Yeah, you know, the hand kind of made the rounds, and that's his thing now.
Like a boss, yeah? Show you now. I'm not going to blast off with 9 high again like I did and give chips back to Leon. I learned my lesson. 1, is the hand dead? Okay, I'll fold before you say hand's dead, thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate you, Willie. I appreciate you. No, I appreciate you. Where are you from, Willie, by the way? Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, you get the bet. You go, bro. You go. You got it. 120.
Willie, I believe, is the
It's a
card
call.
slinger
It's a call.
that's involuntarily being befriended as a voluntary participation here from Pisarenko. A limp
Collect the cards and just say it's
with jacks, Nick, sitting 9.3, mind you.
That's very tricky. Pisarenko's extremely talented and sort of difficult to play against. I've encountered him in some of the mixed games, and he just kind of
Now I need to change my plan. I need a bet pot and flop.
keeps you on your toes, kind of a cash game style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to raise, but I forgot.
So a couple of queen X's.
There is a chance he kind of misclicked pre and meant to raise because he just said sort of something like that, but unclear.
King 10-6, one overcard to the hooks. Tens for Sturm are a problem as it stands. He and Daehyung Lee both checking, now facing a $180. Sturm predictably continues. Third spade on the turn. Pisarenko with the lone flush draw. Not the tastiest offering for Sturm, who checks again. Now for Pisarenko, being check called on this flop, 3 spades. We do have the flush draw. So in spite of the presence of that king, he appears to be reaching once more.
And this should do it, Ali. I don't think the red queen 10 can fight any longer. Some slight merge ideas might be on Pisarenko's mind, where a kind of mediocre king that's spadeless is pretty unhappy facing this 820. And something like a 10 with a big spade perhaps continues. So there are some of those ideas. Fold out better, get called by worse from time to time. That sounds like a bad beat out there.
It does. And as I heard you say, I don't think the red queen 10 can fight on. I couldn't help but think back to what people must have thought of George Foreman toward the end. You know, and yet there he was.
But I misclicked.
That power is the last thing to go, Ali.
Well, let's go over to Jeff Platt and see what he's got for us.
Joe Zamak is 22 years old. He's from the great state of Pennsylvania. Let's chat with him now. Joe, stand up for me, please. Not a bad experience for first main, I would say. What do you say about it?
Absolutely not. First main, just living the dream in Vegas and having a great time and having a blast doing it. So,
what got you into poker? What led to firing the main?
pretty insane. About 3.5 years ago, my first college roommate, we were playing 25-cent, 50-cent. He taught me how to play poker, dealing the wrong way, playing with cashews as betting increments, and yeah, and here I am. So
Playing with cashews, love it. Finally, before I send you back, a lot of buzz from Nick Rigby on social about you. You aren't going to blast it off like him, though, right?
no blasting, like not that bad.
Okay, not that bad. Send you back to the action. Appreciate the time, Joe. Thank you very much, guys.
Well, thank you, Platt, for always reaching out and finding the points of interest as we look upon the interesting stacks that remain here. Brought to you by PokerStars. Flowers on the ascent, 4.1. Dylan Ott's been down this street. Bruno Firth, 7 million for him.
Bruno
sneakily
Firth.
in the building.
Damn.
Afriat up to almost 16 million as well. Storylines abound, as do opportunities, including the one to play under the lights at the PokerGO studio. True Classic and Go are giving 15 players a shot at a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-year event. Head to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo and tell us your best poker story, or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. Well, whispers that table C percolates. What have we on tap? Looks like one in progress involving kings for Hesse, who opened to 250. Chiffon then 3-bet king queen suited up to 1225. And now the 4-bet from Hesse to 2.92 that got called, and he's in a way, but finds the club draw.
Oh boy.
Normally it's the ace we hate to see in this spot. Yet on this occasion, it's those two puppy feet that on their own don't threaten, but a third one would vanquish the Cowboys. 7 is clean. And Chiffon, hands clasped, looking to will that 5th club onto the board. Instead, the deuce of hearts claims another victim.
Great run, fan. Another victim indeed.
The fist pump to handshake almost got awkward there, you know, but nice pivot. He's going to be missed, Nick. I like this guy.
I liked him too.
You know, I recall on my way home, you actually bumped into Chiffon post-play yesterday.
I didn't bump into him. I went for a bite, and he was at the restaurant I ended up at. I let him eat with his friends. You know, I didn't go over there.
Was he wearing the sunglasses?
He didn't have the sunglasses on.
That's a bummer. Not quite as much of a bummer as busting out here, even though there's 100,000 reasons not to hang your head too low for Chiffon. Flipping back over to the feature.
Raise 240.
Sergio Veloso says hello. 32 years of age from Alameda, Portugal, but lives in Austria. Again, the nation that instantly puts you on alert. Professional poker player since 2013. His first 2 career cashes ever at the WSOP, both came this year. 25th in the $1,500 monster stack was one of them. 473rd in the Millie Maker, which under normal circumstances you're not impressed by that result, but in the Millie Maker, which is just a massive one, that's getting down there. Queen, Queen 4. Decent texture here for Veloso, who picked up Gia Skulugia in the big, and I think he's going to drop him off here after the $120. Although, you know, TBD, we've seen strange things in the main over the years. Not this time.
This is so fucking lame up here.
Who was that?
I'm not sure who.
Apparently doesn't love being on the feature.
You know, it's a lot of things. I don't know if it's lame.
Yeah.
You know? Does he mean the heat or... I mean, there's 85 left in the main, pal, you know?
There are lamer things.
Kenny just cruising. Every time we look, he has a few more chips, north of 20 now. Ace-Queen suited for Merson, who also has kind of just been chipping up, hanging around, chipping up. King 10 suited for Siddell.
You know, for Merson, Nick, you know, not to harp on it, but left of Hallaert has so much more clarity. You know, Kenny out of the way, we open.
You're right, but he does have this Sedell breathing down his neck with 13.6. But you're absolutely right. Seat draw and all of that does matter in tournaments. And
yeah, I confess though, Sedell's stack is a problem. One over in the other direction, no question about that. It's Merson's choice to limp this one again, perhaps one worthy of a raised eyebrow.
Did he limp?
Yeah.
He did limp.
Palomares checking back the big. He's going to
We
take
have
this
some
one
limping going
voluntarily.
on right now in the main. We saw it from Pisarenko. Merson coming with the limp.
Jacks and ace-queen suited. The respective holdings that took us in this direction. Queen 8-7, top pair, top kick. A problem for Jose Palomares. Forgive the obvious, but kicker issues aplenty as it stands.
All right, checks around.
Deuce of diamonds. Now giving Sedell a reason to get excited.
I believe we'll be hearing from Merson.
I mean, a remarkable check around on the flop. Opening the door to some interesting developments with 540 in the middle. Let's see if Greg's going to make noise. Yeah. Oh, and this
700,000.
this is very noisy. Overbet of 700.
And perhaps in the face of 700, maybe it is just a little bit too rich for Sedell, although it's compelling to continue in position with a draw to the second nuts. It looks like he is. And for Palomares in the face of this, I think we're gone, albeit top pair.
Yeah, and with no fanfare, so credit to him for properly assessing the lack of strength.
The river. Heads up to the river.
Spades have arrived now. Board pairing deuce.
It's one of those spots where if we think Sedell bets most of his spade draws on the flop, we feel more comfortable with our queens and deuces with the ace. But if we think Sedell might mix it up on the flop better check-wise, naturally we feel less confident. So Merson trying to sort of figure out if he can go for value or not. And he is reaching for a pretty meaty value bet, it looks like.
Oh,
1,300,000.
now not an overbet
Take it,
like
sir.
the barrel before it, but he wasn't worried about the spades. Nice takedown there for Greg Merson, former main event winner. As you get a look at the tournament format, brought to you by Splash Sports.
No one had it. If no one had it, I had it.
2-hour
Same
levels.
You
Stretch
didn't have the
this
ace hard.
one
No one had the ace hard, so I had it.
into well over a week's
Top pair,
worth
top
of
kick, and
poker
I
in
flushed it.
total.
Drop the flush. Good luck. I'm not.
I don't have even.
You're lucky you didn't have any
I have
excuse of
enough.
that.
10 hours a day.
Good fold.
And we
I hate
haven't
that hand anyway. Overrated.
really observed anything that would
Overrated. Biggest overrated, most overrated hand in Hold'em.
bring us
These
to the
youngins like
topic
this,
thus
these
far,
wizards,
I would say, Nick,
5 bet,
but
6 bet, 7 bet, jam all in, ace king high.
every
They run into
year,
kings or aces.
at some point, we explore how relevant stamina and endurance
There's a cooler.
can
I
become,
had ace king. He was suited, and I ran
you know,
into aces. How
around
can you have aces when I
day
have the blockers?
7 and 8.
I have the blockers, man. I got ace king. How can you have
The
aces when I
tank.
have ace king?
running lean.
Like 50 million chip pot, 45 million.
No, you're absolutely right,
I
Ali.
did big blinds.
Exactly. With ace high.
This is no
Because
joke
they
out
got
there.
their opponent- someone
Adrenaline
get their opponent to fold
surge, then the
9-10, and
dump,
they're
then the
hoping to have jacks or queens.
can you sleep?
How much is it?
It's like you're so revved up, and then you have that sort of wind down, and you have to do it again. You got to stay even keel out there, but it's no joke.
Right.
We see Jakes for Kassouf.
Yeah, he's winding up as 250 is spooled. And we work our way back around to Chan Jung.
By the way, Parati, is it on Parati? We haven't seen his cards yet, but he looks somewhat interested. He's gone.
What was responsible for it? Ace-9 of his own, offsuit edition with big blind out there already. Here we go. An earful inbound.
By the way, if I recall last night, Jung made that bluff with ace of clubs jack on 7-5-4, 5-3 with running clubs. So he's capable is all.
Finished 759th in 2023 in the main, did Jung. 844th in 2022. These are respectable performances being turned in.
They are.
Mind you, this is the guy who rifled the 1300 across the felt also earlier. So he's no fan of Kassouf.
It took you so long to fold. Obviously, I've got it.
Nor of the ace-9.
100%.
At that price. I love this, by the way, on Jung's bio. 560,000 in career tournament earnings, 36 years of age, lives in LA, went to UCLA. Profession? Gambler.
All right.
You know, that's different than poker player.
Yes.
I'm
gambler.
Gambler.
Fair play to you, sir.
Racing off for
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck, man. Nice playing with you, man. Good luck.
an eviction, or rather, drawing.
Looks like Pisarenko out to the outer tables. Good luck, sir.
And Pisarenko pissing off, as the Brits would say.
Taking the piss.
That, too, is another way in which they...
Don't take the piss. They got a lot of weird kind of expressions, you know. I guess it's not weird to them. To us.
New table, new luck.
Take the piss. Bollocks.
That's
geezer.
Yeah.
What day is today?
The
Sorry?
sausage, you know. You're a sausage.
You know, wanker, Muppet.
Very good.
I've watched the Guy Ritchie
They're
films.
very good kind of needlers. They're good with the trash talk, you know.
Yeah. In the boxing streets, the Brits, you know.
You sausage Muppet. All right, 8-5 off for Kassouf in the hijack. Could just fold, of course, but there it is, 3-hundo. Ace-deuce suited for lay. Interesting, he's gone.
And when you see these sorts of laydowns, not to make too much of an ace-deuce suited, but if you feel the opposition has kind of settled into, I've got to have it.
Well, just you know, in a thematic sense, if they're folding too much, you should be raising more. You know.
That's it.
Big hand, no bravo.
Preferably while talking less.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's,
all right, here we go.
I'm sure Kohei really appreciated that. King 3 suited. Digging its heels in here. Jack 10-10, 2 diamonds. Really no cause for excitement in either camp.
You're kidding? Yeah, that's a good joke. I like it. Well, keep smiling. You got to start from 10. Start from 10, buddy. Start from 9. Go back to 9. You said 5. Yeah, slow it down. Take your time. No rush. Why are you speaking so fast? Why are you speaking so fast, buddy? 400.
I wouldn't go sticking Willie out there, you know, for a prize fight.
10, how'd it go down?
Someone goes down and he's giving it that kind of 10 count. We're really more like 15.
Yeah, you know, you've seen some quick counts over the years in the fights.
Do it the hard way. I told you.
One has to wonder.
Not Smooth Willie, my boy. You're going to get a nice opportunity to collect
Willie's
yourself.
a man, by the way. Cool guy, great dealer.
Yeah.
You've seen it.
By the way, how awkward for them sat directly beside this guy
I'll walk the walk. You've seen
to
it.
have to hit him with the 10 count.
They have the best of the best dealer-wise down here for this situation. So everybody you're seeing in the box has real chops.
Yeah, they've been qualified to be.
Very much so. All of these dealers are tremendous. But yeah, having to do the countdown, I mean, I don't envy that task.
You know, forgive me, But as I hear you say, all of these dealers are tremendous, unless there's some sarcasm on the tremendousness that I observe making its way through social media on a couple of occasions. It is impossible, of course, to find the cream for this one. Here, yes.
I'm saying in this final 100, I have seen some crazy things out there from time to time, yes.
A set of sevens, I
You know
believe it
which one
was
kind
this
of
year?
gets me? That was a bad one.
That was
Also,
surreal.
when they're pitching, you know, they're doing great, they're doing great. And now the button comes and they do the fancy helicopter. You know, the card's almost stuck to the ceiling. My man, could you just keep it a little bit lower, please? Thank you. You got it, no problem. You got it. You know, they're just throwing the cards at your face. But listen, big respect to all the dealers, man. You know, it's a tough gig.
You're
and
right.
End of the day, the mixed games are not particularly widely spread year-round, so it's just sort of, here we are, Kassouf flatting the under-the-gun 9 open from Beckenstein.
And by the way, Beckenstein.
Steen or Stein? Because that one goes both ways. That one. All right.
But the hard 6 is what he's put to work.
He's got the hard 6 and the Jack-10 suited for Jung. He's weighing all of his options. Among them, not fold, of course, but.
The self-described gamblers reaching, Nick.
You know what? I like this a lot from Jung. The inclusion of the Kassouf flat, which we know very nice from the gambler.
How much is that? I just want to get a count, just for the sake of the ridiculous shove. Pretty much all in. That's funny. That's funny. I find it amusing, actually. I got a hand.
Not really, Will. Though, as memory serves, you have a tea with milk and honey.
Are you sure? 2 point? You sure it's 2.9, not 2.8? 2.9? How much are you playing behind? 2.9. 2.9 million. 240 to 2.9 million.
It's 2.9 like a boss, mate.
Oh, I've got ace queen. Well, there you have it. How's that? Big fold. Show one. Show one.
Great play from Jung.
Big ace there. I just flat called, just not to go crazy with ace high. Well, you internet kids wants to back the truck up, dump the lot with ace king high, huh? Ace king. I'm all in. All my chips. I want to see all
I
five.
don't want anyone to mistake this as admiration, but you gotta hand it to Kassouf. It doesn't matter how disengaged.
No, I hear you.
You know, a guy is.
do.
He's just gonna keep at it.
Yeah. Everybody's standing here. Looks like a big one, and it is something of the classic, something you see all the time deep in these events.
You know, normally what you unearth when you visit this sort of permafrost is a woolly mammoth.
Man.
And how about a mammoth king on the flop?
Oh, boy.
Millamem wiping the smile immediately off of Tenorio's face. And it's not going to be replaced. Courtesy of a 10, only an ace will restore entertainment to Tenorio. The covered stack. Not like this.
Well, listen, to go out with aces, what can you do, sir? What a run. That was a very warm embrace. Then that was genuine. This guy seems cool, man. Great game, sir.
Alan Tenorio.
And by the way, we're up to a smooth 100 dimes for the participants, so go enjoy that.
Originally from Alagoas, Brazil. Vila dos Palmares, where he lives now, 36 years of age. Add 100 dimes to that 607 in career tournament earnings. But boa noite. Is this a My Little Pony fan that Chad Power was that?
You know, I didn't. We'll
Was that
keep
a
an eye
Care
on
Bear?
that. I didn't catch that, Ali, but
boy,
we'll be back.
What we did catch was the absolute most heartless manner in which to be vanquished from the main. Is Mangini's pocket eights firing 250 here. Middle set versus a gutter. Hallaert exerting an inquisition. 800,000. These are the luxuries of a big stack, but the real luxuriousness rests with Mangini. So much hand here. Road traveled was an open to 250 from Mangini, which was defended by Hallaert in the big, and you witnessed the check raise of the C-bet. Preferences here with 6.4 back, Nick, for you?
Very strong preference to just call. Going for the 3-bet though, and you know something, when you have a hand this incredible, this deep, I've done that play before many times, but Hallaert's bluffs really have such little equity. We kind of want to let those keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
Well, you ready to level up your game? Upgrade to PokerGO VIP and get everything in the annual subscription, plus access to over 100 elite training videos from poker legends like Galfon, Kuhn, and Jungle. For a limited time, VIPs also score a merch credit to the PokerGO shop. Don't just watch. Learn, play, and win with PokerGO VIP. Upgrade your subscription now at PokerGo.com. How about Kuhn, by the way? He picked up hardware this summer as well.
Kuhn might be the best.
I tend to agree. I mean, there's a lot of people in the conversation.
I think about that sometimes, like who's, I mean,
I was wondering what's vibrating. It's the shuffle machine.
awesome player.
And it seems like he's just growing stronger.
He just does it right. He's got the process. He's just really does it right.
I live walking distance from Jason in the same community, and yet I see him more thousands of miles away from home.
Do you?
When he's out there.
You're in that same community?
Yeah.
You know,
so's my sister. So's Roble.
I know your sister's there in Roble, but I'm a bit surprised you can afford to live there, just given the ups and downs that you've.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Look at you, Ali.
Time out, Nick.
A beautiful neighborhood.
I didn't say that I'm up to date on my mortgage payments or anything like this. I just said I live in the same community. It's actually an
All
abandoned.
jokes aside, I knew that, and it's a nice neck of the woods.
It's not bad. It's not quite as cozy as Ace-King versus King-9 in terms of the woods that Merson finds himself in, dominant in nature, and durable timber comes forward to the tune of 1.3. Veloso's button deflates swiftly. Getting the chainsaw.
How's your love life nowadays? Solid? You still with the same?
Surprisingly enough, I suppose. I'm a kind of a serial monogamist, if we're being fair. A couple 7 years under my belt. 2 years in, and I've found the one.
Well, good for you, Ali.
She's lovely. Shout out my girl Siobhan, by the way, if she's out there.
Shout out baby girl Siobhan.
Main stage at Rhino. I'm just kidding, that's not. Anyway, Hoboken, New Jersey for Greg Merson. Saw that $8.5 million, the lion's share of his career earnings, which number $11.5 million.
I met her briefly. She seemed very nice, Ali.
She's great. She really is. Skolochia, not exactly deep here, but recognizing that he needs to make something happen.
And this is a hand that we would almost prefer at his depth than maybe even slightly deeper.
Okay.
We're just really leveraging the blockers and hoping to take it down pre. And of course, if we meet resistance from the big blind, we're still,
Maddie, can you see how Tony's doing on the app? Does it show?
Sedell defending the Jack-6 suited. Finding top pair. Monotone board. Skolochia, however, does not have a diamond. $150 if you do, and of course Sedell will be continuing at this price point. Wish I knew the story, by the way, behind Derek's nickname, Pomp.
What is it now?
P-O-M-P.
Okay.
I've heard pomp in
Oh,
circumstance.
the ace comes home first.
Poor circumstances
Skulukia.
on the turn. Pardon the obvious, but we
Pomp,
like
you
this
say?
if we're Gia. Yeah, Derek Pomp.
There it is.
Siddell.
Derek Pomp in quotes. Siddell.
Fourth diamond now on the river, as Skulukia did decline to fire. Action freezer as we do check it down. Speaking of freezers, by the way, this year, our production, this sort of upgraded the snack shack adjacent to the booth that Nick sort of has alluded to being my #2 most visited place on the complex, with a freezer and a number of confections, including something I was unaware of, and I've sampled everything out of the cold case. Kit Kat flavored drumsticks. You know, I mean, I know you're a bit of a specimen, Nick. You don't really go that route. But I mean, you could just kind of wrap a weight belt around my midsection by the time we're done with the night shift this year, consisting solely of those.
Even the way you're sitting right now, it's so just kind of, you know.
Thank you.
Man, but you have a lot of good habits too, you know. You have some balance, Ali. But the snacking never ceases to amaze. By the way, you said that's your second
Texting me, say what's
most frequented.
Oh, really?
What's the first?
Oh, yeah.
The booth.
Yeah, because they
Okay.
said
All
they
right.
put the feature like icon.
If it were my choice, the Snack Shack would be number
No,
one. but
right?
have
Yeah,
to
I was just making sure.
10-9 suited for Hallaert, who doesn't have to play it, but he will, and we get it. Boss stack of 20 million. So easy
And I don't
to
know
just
how you
take control.
define have to play it, but one does have to play 10-9 suited in the cutoff.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
You know,
I was being a bit facetious.
got it.
Что, ни одной раздачи нет? Были?
It's just such an enviable situation, isn't it, Nick? When I'm sat at a table with a man who has every ounce of the table image, command of craft, reputation that precedes as a final tableist in the main before, and the cool 20 million, I just turned green with, you know, just that sense of I would love to be sat there snacking on blinds and annies repeatedly.
It is a dream one day to feel that feeling, I must confess.
I'll tell you what, Nick, I patrol the Twitter feeds and the mentions and whatnot, and I would say that not just me, but many out there expect that a time will come where the night shift will be devoid of your presence, and for very good reason, as we expect that that moment, provided you continue to pursue it, will pay you a visit. I think you're a favorite to get there, my man. Not riding the broom, but just, you know.
All right, Ali, you know, we'll see.
I'm sure we will. Ace-8 for Jose. Ace-4 for the yet-to-be-heard from Ihab Ali, and that's not going to be a qualifier.
Jesse, still good.
By the way, Ali, a man after our hearts, Nick, he got down there in the $1,500 8-game mix. 58th in that one.
Okay.
Clearly do again. Yeah.
Why don't I get this? I mean, yeah, I can recommend the experience to everybody else as well. Final table.
What's the T-shirt here on Palomares? Is this sort of a tweaked-out meerkat in an Oakley bucket or something? Is that a jackalope? What am I?
like that.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yes and no.
I'm not on acid, am I?
No, I don't think you are.
If we crossbred Jar Jar Binks and a groundhog,
Best bad joke.
The whole
what?
final table resets, so it's just to sit and go with Farius.
That's not
Who's Jar Jar Binks?
This was
because everybody's just
a deeply lamented character from the prequel
like
Star Wars, you know, I
studied a bit on
believe
their game or whatever.
the first one
Wow.
or whatever.
Nobody's the same player anymore as they were.
Is
when they make
He had
fun
kind of a
it.
weird Jamaican floppy.
Yeah, which
Anyway,
definitely hurts
really
you if
kind of a
you're, like,
vile.
If you're one of the better players, it hurts you.
Yeah, because you're learning curve.
I mean, I
You
can
mean
pull it up.
the new Star Wars movies,
Yeah, right. Remember the
I
not the
also-
OG
it was pre-solver
trilogy,
when-
but the
when I final tabled, so people weren't like, you know.
it's this thing
I don't even
right
really
here.
know what they said.
There it
This
is.
is
Cool.
you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
the hell do you
Got
even
it.
call that?
ICM, but yeah.
Bio did exist already.
No.
2012?
Calling is what's on Gia's mind.
Oh, yeah, yours did,
King
yeah.
trade
Yeah.
dominated here.
And
As Sudel showing, you know,
like some of my coaches like did use it and showed me
coloring
some
outside the
stuff
lines a
around
little
that I
bit. The luxuries
didn't
afforded
really
late
use it
position, big
myself
stack.
because I had-
Absent
yeah,
Hallaert
maybe
finds
a
middle
little
pair
bit,
here.
because
More
it
than we
was-
can say for King High. This one rates to end without incident.
But yeah, I mean, especially the ICM part of all of these things, of course.
Yeah. But you were like well versed on that anyways, from like Sitios, right?
Yeah, I had, I mean, good basic understanding at least of everything. Yeah, I had Fedor.
Oh,
like
sick.
the German crew.
Spirits dampened by this 9 here as the 8s.
Complex with Fedor, he
Interesting. I don't see the big blind bluffing too many rivers, but this one does come to mind. He does fire 225, and now for Sedell, who's checked twice
Do you pay
back to
hourly
back,
or, like, give
he finds
percentage?
himself
just
in
had
an
a deal, like,
unenviable spot.
like I gave up something for the
Yeah. That's cool.
Credit
Fun
to
for them.
Skolukia.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not sitting
Yeah,
deep,
just-
Nick. This is somewhere in the neighborhood of
They came with
10% of his
amounts.
remaining stack.
I
Just-
like
knew what my
Skolukia's
exit
game.
was, so that was their
He's navigating nicely.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah.
Did you get approached by
whoa,
Max
whoa.
or Rupert to sell?
Wow.
Sudell. I confess this
I know
didn't,
they
on the
they-
surface,
Like
appear to
somebody
be a
else can be
candidate for
someone
this sort of
who sells
maneuvering, and
yeah.
yet 950. Take it, sir.
You know, take it, sir, indeed.
You know, we're throwing that boss stack around a little bit out here at the feature. Pomp,
It was like things like that.
So when those guys are buying at
getting her
ICM,
done.
they're just capturing whatever they think their perceived win rate is, like ROI is. Is that how that works? Because it's like it's above my head. You know what I'm saying?
Note the payout bands
No,
condensing.
I gave them a percentage of
Nick.
action anyway.
Once
I'm
upon a
saying,
time,
yeah,
dozens of players were required
Yeah.
to ascend
Think
to a
that
new
you
payout.
will-
Now we're talking about 8.
Yeah, realize more than your equity. That's what they're.
Yeah, okay.
Knocking on the door of 115 as it stands.
Yeah, next stack was worth 480.
Doorbell's going to get rung here by
480.
Prokopchuk.
Yeah.
А, не, нам дольше. Не, ну у нас остановится.
Director of Payments is Mikhail.
Yes, you know, like Martin Scorsese movies? Well, I'm like Martin Scorsese with either you pay me or
Apart from everyone, otherwise
you don't walk anymore
of course.
for this month.
By the way, let me preemptively address whomever it is that's going to keyboard warrior their way into some sort of cancel
I still
culture
think that
motivated response
some
to that
players
exchange here in the booth. Suck it,
good ROI for
I
them.
think would be my choice,
Yeah,
sort
I
of.
didn't know where you were going with that, but
You know.
no, I don't.
We're having fun out here.
I
It's the
don't-
night shift.
And by the way, if one of these characters does turn out perhaps to actually be from the underworld, you know, we're gonna kind of stop and we're just we're kidding. You know what I mean?
I wasn't speaking to those guys. You know, anyone in
Well,
sort
that,
of
you know, I don't want to take a trip down memory lane.
the
but,
Mexicans.
Ali told me a story that once he was making a joke about a guy kind of moving weight or whatever it was. Turns out the guy was, and he was looking for Ali. He wanted to fuck you up. That's what I heard.
You know what's wild is I'm such a sicko that rather than fight or flight and true alarm, which would have been warranted, my response to Maury when he came over and advised of this was, yeah, but sick read though, right?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You do have some kind of sociopathic sort of tendencies.
Oh, yeah.
You don't get real nervous.
Nah.
Right? Wait, what do you mean, nah?
I'm alarmingly devoid of kind of anxiety in spots where I should have
This is
it.
what I'm saying, guys.
You know?
It's, you know, and he's kind of glib and superficial and, you know, dare I say, I don't want to say charming because you're, you know, confident enough. But, you know, Ali, it's an interesting, it's really interesting. I love it. I feel like I'm going to Quantico. Every time I come in here, I take my little notes and, you know. I just hope it never, you know, I hope you never reach the tipping point where he seems so nice, you know. I saw Ali, he was my neighbor, and he was always so friendly.
He'll be missed. I think it was when I said, don't go sticking a churro in this guy just yet, where we...
No, it's not that.
That one was alarming.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they seem Mexican and gangster at all, I'm out on that one, fully. At least the Russians, I'm Russian, so, you know, we can...
I see.
You know?
You have the insulation there. As all of a sudden, one top pair is bested by another. And wrestling the lead back on the river in what looked like it was taking shape uneventfully, suddenly trip fives in a line pursued by Merson that certainly is going to look this up.
The lead shifted every street, and of course it's getting looked up. Merson may even elect to raise for value.
Well, he limped in pre, so...
Quite interesting that Merson's going with the limping stuff. I really understand it. I think we all do. He feels, and he is pursuing some value here, and unfortunately for him...
But can you expand? Why the limping suddenly, the gear shift?
It's just our stack is worth so much in the main. He feels he has an edge on a lot of the players left, and he wants to kind of, for lack of a better, keep the pot small. You know, that's the idea behind the limping is pimping.
Well, he ain't keeping it small right now, and I don't think he's getting 8-5 off itself. Some concerns about an ace-3, of course. Prokopchuk recognizes the preciousness of chips himself, and Merson always has some measure of concern when the call comes in with pace, and the trip five's revealed for a takedown. Is that an old-timey kind of Nintendo Wario mustache? Forgive me, it's back behind specifically Palomares's. Can we pan up? There it is. That, you see it. And he's putting in some work on it as well back there on the rail, this gentleman.
Yeah, I saw it, Ali.
Really, perhaps my favorite part of the main is when the rail fills in.
You know, they're coming.
They're just...
When the main reaches the final, call it 4 tables, certainly 3, where every table is a feature, the rail really starts to kind of... We'll see what this year brings, my friend.
Can't wait. And for Ihab Ali, he's been doing a lot of waiting, but ace-7 of spades.
Still have a pre-tournament swap in as well.
Hatchets away at his patience. Schuluchia with the antidote. Ace-jack off, 2.1 in front.
Yeah, no, it means like,
This is a little bit close. For chips, under normal circumstances, it's just slam dunk all in. He does do it now, and it was a good choice as it stands.
Yeah, that's fine.
And 2 of pre.
And you know, if you're Ihab Ali, you've not been sticking your neck out there a lot, as you see another ace-jack for Palomares, far less attractive in the face of the action in front. But you're like, listen, I've been in line. You just going to come at me here?
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. And I think for Ali, we have just barely a fold, but it is close. It's suited.
2.2.
2.2. Oh, hold on. No, the other one who busted yesterday was a 8-4 spot.
No, the question, what do you have?
He's not parted ways just yet. There it is, just a touch of posture.
It was from pre-tournament.
You have to get chips, or?
I had 6 million.
Skuluchia, the Georgian, 3.6 million in career tournament earnings, 41 years of age, from Kazan, Georgia. Says it's a business, he's a businessman. More on that in a moment as we're panning out here with purpose.
That's it, man. It's all over. We tried. We came, we conquered for a little while, and then they pulled out the baby oil on me.
What's that, Diddy?
But we had a good time. I love it, man. WSOP 2025. We're out of here.
Good game, Frankie. They pulled out the baby oil. Tony Gregg, by the way, with 10 mil. Hendricks with 15. Afriat. I mean, we see everybody there. Grinder's still hanging around. Wow.
Well, let's get it back down to Jeff Platt with a report on a new development at this year's series.
All right, so everybody is raving about the new WSOP Plus app. It has been such a hit this summer. Let's show you a little bit about it, okay? So here it is. Here's the list of tournaments. Of course, we're in. I say we, yeah, kind of, sort of involved in the tournament, in that 10K main event, in the World Championship. So you pull it up, and there's the clock. But also you get all the table draws. So let's take this walk in from the perspective of the player. So here we go. You're in the Horseshoe Event Center, and of course you pass that WSOP sign. It kind of lets you know that, hey, you are in the arena. You know what also lets you know that you're in the arena? When you start to get a glimpse of our magical set. The 3 feature tables over there, and not only do you have the feature tables over there, but you see that the banners are up of the world champions. Greg Merson, still alive in this main, by the way. Ryan Reese, Martin Jacobson, Joe McKeon, the 2015 champ. I finished 60th that year. Not about me, though. Huy Nguyen, Scott Blumstein. So we're in the gold section. Let's just pretend that we're sitting down in the gold section. All right, Mike, let's go this way, and we'll walk into the field. The rail will be forming throughout the course of the day, especially even at the beginning of the day. Once it hits tomorrow, day 7 in the main, this place will be absolutely packed. So we walk through, we made it. We're in the field. We see Eric Afriat with a massive amount of chips. Johan right by him, Sebastian Schulze over there, one of the chip leaders to start the day, still in the mix. We keep walking. The Iceman in seat 2 is on the runway. Adam Hendricks still alive in the World Series of Poker main event. So here we are. We're in the field. We can see the featured tables, like the site is there. But for us, we got this table, and so 637, seat 1. Let's take a seat, post up here. Maybe some chips, which I haven't had in front of me all summer. That would help.
Thanks, Jeff. He really does put in the good work out there, Platt. You know, and moonlighting in the booth as well.
Do you know what I mean? So it should be that same level ground, so I can go up
I
or down.
agree,
I
Ollie.
hate to say this, but I agree with you.
If I'm on 10 seconds, they can't assess my behavior because I'll have 10 seconds to act like this. How can I assess my behavior? I have to act. It's ridiculous.
No,
I'm
I
playing
get
for 2
it,
hours.
I get it.
2 hours, and I have to deal with it. But it cost me because of that hand when he shoved all in for 3 million chips.
By the way,
Big
Calderon
Apple,
spun
I've got
back
3
after that
million chips.
10-10 queen
And I
queen.
thought, bullshit. And I got 5 seconds to act. Yeah, okay. Since he made the bet, 10 seconds since he made the bet, to act, to call up 3 million chips. But you did not put me on that hand. If you put me on this, if you knew I had King Jack,
And
there's no
note
way
that
in hell
he's
you make that move. You got very lucky.
Coming with
And that's
something
why,
of
only because
a
of that shot
slow
clock. I
play
think you made that
/
move
pot
because you knew
control
I had 10
against the
seconds.
open from Sturm.
That's why. That's the truth.
Sturm's activity levels
I
have
gave him maximum
risen.
credit.
You know,
It's really amazing how much this Kassouf just says throughout the day. Just literal amounts of words, you know?
Make a C bet, and then you turn the queen, you check to me to try and trap. And then I bet the turn, and you're worried I could have Broadway with King Jack, so you just flat. And when
Oh,
the
he's
forward
found
pair
the king.
shove, make it look like a bluff, and you got
Sturm,
flush, right?
top pair,
I think you might
downing
play the
these
same way you did
slow-played
against
queens
right?
of Calderon.
And when I had only like 5 seconds to act, to think about it, I'm not just calling off 3 million chips and hope and pray you don't show me a full house and I'm out. 3 million chips is still 25 big blinds on a 2-hour clock, even though I'm on a 10-second shot clock. Pretty sick. I have to deal with that for 2 whole hours.
What are the black chips? 500.
Okay, do it the hard way. I can handle
What
it.
are the black chips? 500,000.
I think a lot of players would have lost their shit if they're in my position on 10-second shot clock every single decision. Pre-flop,
Oh,
flop,
he
turn,
had
and
2
reel.
right there. I didn't know what
Right?
they were.
I think
To
you
the
would
turn we go.
if you were.
Didn't need
You've
it,
never been in
but
that
still
position,
a
but if you
beautiful
were in my
sight
shoes,
for
then on the other, I
Sturm.
think you would be
Kings
livid.
up after it goes
Especially
check.
decision
Credit
on
to
the river like that.
Calderon.
For 3 million chips, when you've got
Pot
the circle
control
maximum-
commitments intact.
I can handle it. I can take it. Take on the chin. It is what it is. It's in the past. You deal with it. You move on. But everything happens for a reason. I lost hand to you, then I had to play aggressively with the 9-7. Remember? Open. He 3-bet. Copland's Queen 10x. Check.
Ace on the river as played.
I bet half my stack. If he
I
calls,
think
I've got
is
12 big blinds.
quite a welcome
I knew
sight
not
here
calling.
for the Kings up, which
And
have
I'm trying to
failed to coax a barrel
Get me back on
out
track
of
to the
Calderon
bounce,
to
man.
this
I like it.
point.
You're very
Big half a
right.
line. Do it the hard way. Watch.
Sturm, of course, has
Always the hard
visions
way.
of Calderon having an ace-jack type hand.
You guys want to challenge me? The floor wants to challenge me? Jack Eiffel wants to challenge me? I'm ready. I still haven't seen Jack Eiffel. I called out for him twice. He still hasn't shown his face. Jack, if you're watching, where are you? Captain Jack, I know you're busy. You're in a meeting and dinner break.
This is why I don't like
75-minute dinner
I
break,
could not
Jack.
have
Hi,
played
Jack.
this hand worse.
I know you're busy. You're meetings all the time. You got, you
But
run a tight
sometimes
ship
you
here.
run good because
You're
you
running
play
the
it so
doubles main
bad that
event.
you fade.
But when you have
If you
time,
played it
please.
correctly, you might have
don't be
lost
shy.
piles.
Don't be shy. I don't hold grudges. We made up since 2016.
I mean, queens. Like, how do I? Okay.
Come and say hello. We'll have a quick chat.
Well, as it turns out, the ace,
It's happened now. So
in conjunction with decision-making post-flop, coming together
By the way,
for
did you see Kassouf
merciful outcome?
calling out for Jack Eiffel, who's, he runs the World Series?
Captain Jack, I believe, is
coming with Captain Jack.
Yeah.
I mean, Kassouf is a bit deranged, This is like...
And then he bets, and then I just fold.
I came with Unrelenting earlier, but
I'm just hoping I'll watch it, and then maybe I just.
I don't know if I can allege that there's ill will per se, or maybe an aggrieved
respect
sort of.
how much sort of...
It's to keep on the same conditions because you cannot set
This is wild.
You respect a little, and I get where you're coming
Well,
from.
when I
I
say
don't know that there's
respect,
enough respect coming off of Kassouf now.
Oh,
There's
respect is the wrong word, but I'm saying,
You're a character as well, so. We'll talk over the
he's coming at the tournament directors. He's coming at the head of the World Series. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's...
I like when he came to London, he said hello, WSOP.
Listen, there's dudes that haven't set foot on a Caesars property for less than some of what we've observed.
Just a mere few decades ago, that's desert territory.
5, 4,
just turn it into a bluff. I try to value the river.
And the hand is dead. The hand is dead.
Like valuing fucking 8 or 10 or something. Fucking bluff me.
I'm here
Yeah. Actually, I probably wouldn't even. I'd probably just. I would have thought about it. I'm like, nah.
Talking to the camera?
Yeah, someone's making a TikTok.
I don't
or
think that
something.
camera's on, Will.
Ace Trey, by the way, is on for 240.
Good guy, and yeah, I think we can have a good, constructive conversation.
This is South Korean Daehyung Lee, 148,000 in career tournament earnings.
Hey, but if you guys are an important hand, I will shut
Bit
the
of a
You tell me.
sad, sorry situation with a millionaire maker. Not
All I
awarding
heard were
a bracelet for winner, withholding the bracelet for the first time.
Smothered clubs here for
There's no bracelet winner for the
Sturm.
millionaire maker. That was quite something.
Like they just ran.
When the WSOP
When it comes to defending his blind, he's on the sticky side. And I think this is a product also of the confidence with which he navigates post-flop. That club in the window I thought might bring another with it, which would have been potentially chaotic. Instead, it's just a pair of threes.
It's interesting for Sturm. He has a hand that I wouldn't be shocked to see him go for a check raise with, although just folding certainly seems normal. But sometimes when you have this 3 straight and the backdoor flush and a sort of just low kind of hand, you can find some pockets of aggression even though it's kind of uncomfortable. We would much prefer just a 4-6 type hand that can immediately make the nuts, but he is reaching Ollie. And for Lee, he is in. How hard does Sturm want to go at this on a variety of turns? We'll find out. 1.56 in the middle.
We've seen him go hard a few times here. Lee digging in a 4-burger. Just greets Sturm for the lead here on the turn.
And it's interesting. It's a very good card for Sturm's range, who can have 5-6. And even 4-5 and 4-6 are still pretty good hands right now. But he has to fear that the 4s are not good. I could see either a bet in the sort of 300,000 to 400,000 range just to keep an eye on things like ace-queen, or just a check. He does go for the check, and we would think Lee's happy to do the same.
Which he does. Jack on the end of no consequence.
Curious to see if Sturm thinks this 4 is worth 10% pot. or just check. I can't imagine it's worth much more.
When you say worth, though, the lead also serves the purpose of controlling a potential size from lead.
There is some EV in that where maybe if we check, eights feels they can get more, but Lee will see the bad news.
You know, that was a sort of an uncertain moment there at Showdown.
That felt like game recognized game there from Lee. I think he liked that one. 10-4, nice hand, my friend.
Yeah. What you don't see is the way in which he's mashing his foot onto Leon's under the table right now. Just digging a heel and right into the... Anyway. Oh, hang on. Carnage.
Big time.
Here at table C, just get a load of what's responsible for the pyrotechnics. Tens, queens, and ace jacks suited. How did we get here? 260. Well, hang on. No, this was a 275 from Gibbons. As an open, Robinson 1635 with the ace jack suited, and then awakening to the 210s. Shutley gets the rest just a touch north of that. In there, Gibbons covering all parties and has the best of it. Double elimination potential here. 10 in the window, though.
Oh, diamonds working for Robinson. Wow.
Flush draw. And the set, the queens, just disgusted by all of it.
Oh, man. Broadway draw working for Robinson now.
Yeah, added outs, ironically enough, is Shutley is shut out. Bar a 10 on the end. This is a violent little spot here. The jack is all that can be mustered as Gibbons went from being dejected to being the owner of a couple of pelts. Double a limb there, and a whopping 5 million plus.
Good games, guys. Very good games. And you're right, 5.5 to Mr. Gibbons. And just like that, Ali.
Yeah, comes to an end.
79 remaining.
As we say goodbye to the equity researcher, Mark Shutley. Just $3,400 in career tournament earnings for the 27-year-old who lives in New York. University of Georgia finance major. Said he uprooted and moved from Georgia to New York 3 days before the main. Get that U-Haul expense covered. They're sneaky over there at U-Haul, by the way. You know, it's got the $19.99 on the side of the truck, but then per mile, you kind of get shaken down. That's why you got to go Penske. Anyway, Colin Robinson, $2.3 million for him coming into this one.
I said it was 79 or 75. Outer room carnage upon us as well.
Just giving Mr. Robinson the proper due here, 30 years of age, Phoenix, Arizona. His birthplace out there in Michigan now. We say goodbye to him. It hurts.
You want any black chips? Or no? No. You don't have to take them. Yeah, I hate them. You want any black chips?
Ace-5 suited now for Ihab Ali. It was Ace-7 suited that got piled on
last time.
Earlier.
Last time? Yeah.
Here he is, small blind, playing it as a limp. Mingini with an ace of his own.
Don't do me any favors. I just want to have chips.
It's actually, I still have plenty of on this.
Fucking 4 black chips, 10 greens.
I hate when they kill you.
We find the 5
I mean,
for bottom pair here.
Blacks, you can just use it to like post it.
Ali checking.
Yeah, true. Or just throw them away on break.
I don't know about that. That's a little... How rich are you, huh?
Ace-4 content to check all the way down, and now all of a sudden a payoff card on the end. Ace is up versus just top pair. Ali betting 200 into the 360, and Mingini wasting no time.
A little bit of an annoying one for Shogini, but what can you do? Good little pickup before the break for Ali. Not, of course, the Ali next to me, but...
No, my pickup includes the sun chips, the Nutella, the Oreo, the plums. It's really a trash compactor somewhere in my midsection.
Okay, three-way action. Hand before the break, last hand before the break.
Parati, the party starter. Bekenstein's queen jack suited, flatting. 7-5-4 board, pair and an open ender for the straggler Kassouf, who's got far and away the best of it, outflopping the threes and having added equity.
It looks like the jack slides in for Bekenstein.
It sure does. This after the round of checks, Kassouf posing a question of the boys, 240. This is petite. And Parati calling with the gutter and the underpair.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit that set, Ali.
No. Bekenstein overcalling. 1.65 in the middle now. Ace on the end. Could put the freeze on things.
It could.
Unclear.
Kassouf does have the kind of hand that could consider bluffing, especially defending the big blind, but he goes for check. And it does look like Bekenstein will be taking this one before the break, unless Parati wants to turn these threes into a bluff, which as played also springs to mind.
I mean, he's the guy that...
I love this from Parati.
Yeah, retains the ace-X.
This is really creative from Parati. I really like this.
11.25. Oh, you knew. It's in between the chips.
Bekenstein gone.
Then you got very lucky. Then you got very lucky. Wish you bet the flop. On the check raise, you could have got it all in. I fold.
Well, he's advised us to call him Mario, specifically Super Mario, and maybe it's well earned.
You show both, I'll show both.
As he played some real games with pocket threes there. Originally from Servo, Albania, now lives in Italy and might be living rent-free in Will Kassouf's head as he gets him off the fours and what was the best hand. Finished 421st in the main in 2023 and has bested that considerably here.
I bet that small because I've got my 100K for the small blind next time. I look at the blinds 150. See, I'm sick. If I lose the minimum. I bet one big blind.
Well, the chronological shackles applied in level 28, hence the 0 clocks for Will Kassouf.
It's a bit of a misleading stat, you know.
Yeah.
He's permanently on the clock.
Right. At least as it stands, as we get a glimpse at the state of affairs here. 73 remaining, current payout of 115,000. Nick and I are going to take a breather along with the rest of the field. 20 minutes time. We'll be back for the final frame of the night shift here on day 6.
Am I a great player?
5 million.
Sorry? I bluffed it off. That means I'm good, right?
No, that was shitty.
Oh, okay. I'm still learning.
Yeah, I know. You get there. You have some years to learn. Was it ace of spade?
No.
That was shitty. the 7 was a spade.
Yeah.
I'll teach you in the break.
Thank you.
If I get a half percentage on you.
That's fair, at least.
From top 50 spot. 120.
Raise 120. That's 30,000 you got out there.
I forgot this one.
It's better to not have the ace of spades there.
Sorry?
It's better to not have the ace of spades there.
Queen 8 for Schultze.
Well, wasn't there 3 spades out?
Call.
Tayo wants a little revenge.
10-5-4.
Does he do this every time?
Maybe.
He's in a hand, he puts the hoodie on and zips it up like this?
A little warm up there on the features, so can't have the jacket on all the time. Schultz turns a straight draw.
Yeah, maybe the type of board where he wants to now lead with the added equity. Make these ace-queen type holdings a bit uncomfortable. Will do just that.
Bet 240.
Sizable. Oh my. Tayo's had enough, yeah.
He really has.
Good call.
Does make the call quickly.
It's another
River 6, yeah. Door could be open.
Another great card for Schultz to continue bluffing. Hands like 7-8 now get there. So helpful when you have an 8 in your hand. If he does bet, how much? Max pressure may be applied. Tayo, likely sick. Thinking, oh man, just make a pair one time. I don't want to have to face this decision. Lengthy pause by Schultz on the river.
Oh, nice. The overbet here.
This kid is tough. So, can Tayo see through this? No. Forced to release. That's well played by our chip leader of the main.
Continuing to run the show, Sebastian Schultz.
Here with Nick Schulman, the newest inductee into the Poker Hall of Fame. You told me you started playing poker when you were 15 years old. What would 15-year-old Nick Schulman think of this moment?
I don't know. That's a good question. I really, for the first however long, kind of felt like a cash game player away from all this, you know, and to have come kind of full circle with the commentating and then to be, you know, recognized for something like this is pretty surreal, yeah.
Among names like Doyle Brunson and Johnny Chan, these legends, and your name is now in that mix. Has that set in? What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, it's, I mean, I played with those guys a lot for many years, so I definitely felt like cut from that cloth, I guess. Not everybody is sort of looking to play the highest stakes or, you know, all of that. But no, it hasn't really set in, and it you know, it's one of those moments where you kind of put your life in perspective and think about things overall, and yeah, but it's a great feeling, and I'm really happy my parents are here, and, you know, it feels good.
Being a poker pro, it's not for everybody. When did you know that you could really do this for a career?
I started to kind of make some real money when I was like 16, 17. So it wasn't like, you know, I think this is a good career choice. It was just like, what else? You know, I was almost a victim of my success in a way. Where do you go from there? But before that, I was kind of a professional pool player, and I did a lot of gambling in the pool room from a very young age. So some of us just really kind of fall into this life, and it seems almost like there's nothing else.
Once again, congratulations, Nick. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us.
Congratulations to Nick Schulman. We're going to have plenty more on Nick in just a minute. Let's go ahead and check out this all-in. Schultz versus Yang, all-in with the ace-6 suited. Schultz with the sevens. And it comes queen, jack 5 with one club. The turn is an ace.
Bingo.
River 6. All right, all right.
Nice hand.
How much is this?
I didn't think it was possible to beat Schultz.
Only for $1 million, but you know.
Skill game. Huh?
Skill game.
Skill game.
Well, we're fortunate to call him a colleague. He represents the best of the best in the poker world, both on and off the felt, the epitome of class and just such a well-desered induction into the Poker Hall of Fame.
But ace of heart, no good. Flush.
You would have beat ace king.
Colore, colore.
Well, would it surprise you if I said that Schultz and Power were going at it again?
Cooler.
No, but I'd love to see it. Let's swing it on over, shall we?
We shall indeed. To the main stage, where Power is checked and Schultz has fired 1.6 million with top 2. And Power has the nuts. 3.7 already in the middle. To rewind, Power open, Schultz called behind. Swift also called out of the small blind. On the flop, Swift check, Power bet 225K, Schultz a call.
5 million.
On that turn, Power check, Schultz a bet 515,000. Power called in the river. Saw the check from Power, the 1.6 million chip bet from Schultz, now facing the raise to 5 million.
This is really sick for Schultz. Look at the texture, the spades that have missed. Schultz has the red ace queen. No spade in his hand. It makes it even more difficult to call. Could Power be turning a hand into a bluff? We can see he does, in fact, have the 10 of spades.
Which would be a great card to bluff with.
But he's just got the nuts. And once in a while, you hit the gin card on the turn and you can play and win a massive pot. This is indeed a sick and twisted cooler. If Schultz can find his way out, he can.
He can. He makes the call, and we have a new chip leader. It's Chad Power.
My, oh my.
One of the biggest pots we've seen all tournament.
Huge for Power.
It heads Chad Power's way.
And by the way, Schultz, despite losing this massive hand, he still has 10 million.
Yeah.
That's almost 130 bigs.
Going to be in about second place. There it is. We make it official. Chad Power, the new chip leader, day 6. The World Series of Poker main event.
He is
way off the next pay jump. We move over to one of our secondary feature tables. There's a Wheeler open and a Mets 3-bet and a Wheeler jam with queens, but he's run smack dab into the birds.
The Mets does have Wheeler covered.
Comes King, King 3. 6.7 million in the middle. Oh, the paint sweat. The 2 kings on the flop with the jack on the turn. He'll need that queen of spades on the river. Does not find it. That's a rough way to go out if you're Jeremiah Wheeler. Get your 40 bigs in with 2 queens, but run smack dab into the goods.
Well, if you're going to go down, you might as well either lose 2 aces or with aces. 70K. Wheeler got himself a flat tire here.
Odds. 7 high with the ace queen. And it's next with 2 kings. Next opened. Jung jammed. Next happy to make the call. 2.3 million in the middle. Netflix star hoping to find a way. With 150 players left. 10-10, 6 flop. Is an ace available? Not on the turn. It'll need to be there on the river. For 7 highs, main event run has come to an end.
GG.
And what a run it was. But it ends here, day 6 of the 2025 World Series of Poker main event.
I know he's a superstar. South Korea, he's on Netflix, but I think he could be the real deal with poker.
So, I mean, with this, he moves past the $2 million mark in career live tournament earnings.
Very good at the game. Absolute pleasure.
Back it up. So if I say I have the jack, be a gentleman, show the jack, right? So from now on, guys, every time you win a pot, you show 1 card. Everyone agree?
No
we did
chance.
It for 4 hours last night.
0% chance.
Are you up for that now, since I showed you? Every time you win a pot, you show 1 card. You choose what you want.
I didn't agree to anything, man.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I know.
Since I just showed. So you're in or not?
No.
Yes or no?
Sounds like a no.
I'm not forcing you. Don't worry. It's not mandatory. I'm not going to hold you. I'm not going to call the floor and give you a penalty. Don't worry.
You can ask.
I'm asking. Yeah, if you don't ask, you don't get in this life, you know? If you don't ask, the answer's always no. So if I ask, they might say, okay, sure, buddy, why not?
My answer's no.
We did it for 4 hours, I swear. Sorry, guys. I'm raising. I just don't know how much.
Okay.
Are these the exact same 2 cards?
It's my OCD. I have to raise an even number.
No, but I mean,
Well, I
it
said
is the
I'm
queen
raising.
jack offsuit once again.
Right.
Wasn't the heart
Jack of
diamond?
clubs, right? That he showed it.
That maybe. Short-term memory, man. For me,
Oh, clearly.
long gone. Got into the herbs when I was young.
Ah.
Wiped it clean away.
Well, it has to be that then. It's, yep, even not whatever this is. Megan, you tell him. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Shouldn't have
Megan will
gone
count
to
down.
bed at 9:15 this morning.
Should have gone to
I
bed at
don't know what I'm
9:15 this
doing.
morning. Stayed
I
up
don't
later
know
than
what I'm
that.
doing. If you got it, you got it. Seriously, I went to bed at 9:15 this morning. I swear on my life.
Oh, shouldn't have got. Okay.
Less than, like 2 hours sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was buzzing, the adrenaline rush. My phone's been non-stop. I've got thousands of messages on WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It's unreal. So, well, WhatsApp are my close friends, so I speak to them, have to respond to them, because if I don't, I'll keep them hanging for like 36, 48 hours, and they think, is Will all right? Is he still all right? They can see it on the coverage I'm in. But why am I not saying anything in the group? But Facebook, Twitter, Instagram,
Amadeus,
it's like all fans.
our GG
And literally, I've
qualifier.
got thousands of messages. My phone's blown up. If I
They
show you my
Shaq
phone, I
suited.
took a screenshot.
Don't do it, qualifier.
They're 9 hours ahead. Italy.
No,
Italy
don't
is
do
1
it.
hour
Oh,
ahead. UK, right?
I
Italy is
told
1
you
hour
not
ahead of
to.
UK,
I
right?
tried to stop him.
Yeah? Huh? No. How can your Italy is definitely not the same as London. Count, please. You're 1 hour ahead, right? You're either 1 or 2. I think Europe's 1. I think you're Central Europe. Yeah, exactly. We're 8. London's 8. So you're 9. That's what I said 9.
Do we
What,
need the
in-
count here after it goes 3-bet, 4-bet jam?
It's 3:30 now. Sorry? What was this first bet? 4? 440? And how much you said? 1.175. Oh, that's the 500.
He just asked for a count, correct?
Yes.
No respect. No respect for the razor. Raise 3-bet, jam all in. Stick it in my eye. Huh? Hope I don't snap call. And then
He
show aces.
could have just snap
That'd be
folded.
unfortunate. But I'm not slow rolling. I wouldn't do that. But I've still got a good hand.
Not slow rolling, just wasting all of our time.
One time I will fold. Discipline.
Excellent laydown. Arai's not going to fold. And Amadeus will be on in that
いいで
race.
すね。素晴らしいですね。すごい。日本人一番。ティムジャパン。はい。どうぞ。
Alrighty.
ありがとうございます。
He speaks
さよなら
Japanese?
ごめんね。
Is this real?
No spade, please. He say to dealer, no spade, please. No flop. No
Queen
jack,
jack
please,
3.
dealer.
Little hope.
No jack.
I'll do a baka.
Bricka. Scala colore, scala colore.
Welcome back for 2 final hours of Day 6 of the World Series of Poker main event from Horseshoe Las Vegas. The night shift rolls on, and darkness, we're being told, paid a visit to a couple of folks here. Eric Afriat, 10-jack on a queen 9 board. Top set of queens for Bruno Firth in the blue hoodie.
Whoa.
Aces for Benjamin Williams in the t-shirt, and a king. On the end, I don't believe Bruno's hand was extended for a low 5, but rather
my word,
a handshake.
That was brutal for Bruno.
An incredibly bloody and harmful spot there for 2 of the 3 participants. Afriat can hardly believe it.
Man, Bruno has like 7 in front of him. That's going over to Afriat, and obviously there was a bunch in the middle. That is a really sick one for Bruno Firth. Great player, legendary PLO player, by the way. As far as Afriat, this is pretty unreal, Ali. Afriat's a legend in his own right. A lot of success in big tournaments.
He has spun it way up.
Wow.
And those are the kinds of things required, as you saw Kassouf and Tayo sharing a brief embrace among the final 73, but can't say the same for Bruno Firth and Ben Williams. Queens and aces, respectively. Out of here. And right in there is Afriat, as he has found his way to the B feature. Is that the C feature? No, that's the B. You know, so many of those sorts of things, Nick, when the room is more robust, happen every single hand somewhere. It seems, every orbit.
They do, but Queen 9 3 deuce for top set to get in against 10 jack when they're both above average. That's a wild one.
Once you start playing there, you kind of start like. Back in the days, I used to have the.
You know, if you want to work your way to day 7 and beyond, some of those ingredients are in the crock pot.
Yeah, but no, we had the. You're not gonna like peel the turn on that.
There's no shame in it.
Yeah.
It's challenging to get it in with the best of it repeatedly. The parlay of being able to fade is during the break. I ran into Donnie Peters. He had a legendarily deep run, but bowed out. Won't be a part of level 29, 100, 150.
Sick
the blind
run,
level.
Donnie. That was really cool to watch. Donnie almost won the main.
Yeah. You know, he could sniff that FT from his vantage point.
I just had to do interviews.
And by the way, officially, Eric Afriat, I'm being told, is the chip leader now. He has dethroned
25 and then down to 7, and then they're like, "Oh, come to
Hallaert.
interviews." I was like, "You got to be shitting me."
Nick, he's got 29 million plus.
Yo. Still a long way to go, by the way. Still 73 left. The only reason I say that is because every year we're reminded of just yet another tournament begins. But Afriat sitting on 29 mil is unbelievable. And you know what? I'm eager to sweat him and observe the proceedings as we see him shooting it up with the 3 deuce off, which is an idea, and he'll be running into the limp back raise from Schumacher.
Somewhere Nick Rigby smiles down upon this response from the big blind as he leans with the dirty diaper upon Schumacher, who obviously is plenty durable to absorb the aggression. Johann Schumacher, to be specific.
But I really am intrigued to sweat Afriat. You know, he has a lot of ideas, plays his own style. And obviously for Schumacher, it will be going in.
You know, you just muttered the word style. And not simply the raise with the deuce 3 offsuit, but just soak in, you know, the effervescence of wealth that, you know, sort of is everywhere on Afriat. The Bubba Watson white ceramic RM. We've got the cufflinks and a shade of spearmint, dare I say. You know, we've got the Belgian soccer kit here. Let's zoom out. You know, that blue collar, it's all working.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I know you love the finer things in life, Ali. I seen you on I seen you flying first class with your little outfits, and you know, I know. Eric, it's Ali. Those cufflinks.
Where'd you get those? By the way, I understand you're going to be out at Yacht Week. Do you have an extra stateroom on the vessel?
Yes, and by the way, if you don't, I can make my way out there. But, you know, anyway, just either at Ali Najad, Ali_Najad, or here's my personal number and my email in case as well.
I've been exposed. You know?
Was Ali...
First of all.
The hijack, help me with the pronunciation. Why do I feel like I saw him deep, perhaps even last year? I could be mistaken, but do you have a bio?
There are a number of names that are beginning to look increasingly
All right, we're in that. We'll be back.
To us.
So I was mistaken about that as we see the bio. We see... Okay, there's celebrations going on. I know the 50K No Limit was winding down. There's other tournaments.
Is Kassouf kind of in a Jiminy Cricket moment there, just sort of muttering to himself, working a calculator? Maybe, I don't
You tell me, Ali.
Well,
I mean, they're sleeping. Do a show. They only,
we swing back over to the feature. Kassouf's table will be the next to break in the room, so
10:30.
there's a real sweat for people with an empty seat
Okay, I see.
at their table.
So we moved to Caesars.
Skuluchia, 2.4 million in front of him, and dilution on the backside of the break as the big goes to 150. So he's just going to jam. We can get behind this from the puck here at this depth.
Definitely.
2.4.
Just 15 bigs.
Ooh,
Prokopchuk with the dominated ace, unbeknownst, an 8.3 to work with. One big out there, but this is
1 month's living expenses.
Too rich for the blood of such a holding.
I think so, Ali. 15 bigs. I think it's a touch rich. 73 left in the main. One issue with this ace-3 is that if we are ahead, they're still live, you know? We'd almost rather call with king-queen, because at least that one dominates the king-jack. This one never has dominations.
No, you're sort of bookending the Broadway combos between, which doesn't put you in the best of situations. And as we can see, occasions like this were just brutalized. As Mikhail steps aside.
Worse.
I believe native tongue is being deployed here.
I'm trying to reply.
That's gotta be like
I agree, but
three-year run ever in like modern history. It has to be.
Yeah, like percentage-wise.
I mean, it's unfair for us if you guys say what you had.
You know, I kind of touched on profession.
That's all I'm saying. You agree?
Yeah.
Skuluchia appears disinterested in whatever the proposition is here, but under profession, businesses, multiple markets, bakeries, and restaurants.
For who?
For Skuluchia.
Yeah, again, have I mentioned that he looks very handsome tonight?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. By the way,
that guy told him English only. He said, okay, no problem.
You know, I believe Dana White of the UFC purchased this sort of spin-off, the Slap Championships.
Yeah.
If Skolucki is looking for something to do on that off day, were he to make it
I
that
ran
deep,
so hot.
he could potentially pick up another bracelet
punted it off.
sort of in between.
But still, there.
My
there is
money's on
something
that,
where,
man. If you
like,
see the pause
you're,
now,
like, in the flow of
those
things,
are, you know, you can get around a
that's
grizzly's neck with
going,
those.
Yeah. How do you think you would do in one of those slap-offs?
I would get knocked cold the fuck out, Nick.
You think? You think so?
I would. You ever play Mike Tyson's Punch Out?
Yeah.
Do you remember like Glass Joe?
I remember
And
Glass
you know,
Joe.
couple of jabs, and the dude was just woo 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 woo
Yeah.
woo 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 woo, and then do do do, like that's me.
Those are some bad knockouts in the slap league or whatever it's called.
Have you seen the women's slap league?
I have fired those up as well.
Yeah, McKeegan got
It's
me
the
actually
chalk
on,
burst. They really
Chalk,
years,
and then
they end up
they-
winning. Then I busted in 6.
The
but eventual
speed at which the
winner.
body can just
And then
fly
64
towards the
days.
earth, it's kind of like...
Guy made the final.
No,
today,
but
was
the
John
immediate lifelessness
I think
that
this
ensues at
yeah,
times is,
colorful jacket.
is really something.
Did he get third?
Not the strongest of pulses on the big blind. Ten Trey thought about it,
Dusted it off
but ultimately Veloso with the check back.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
985, cutter and king high,
and he
squarely in
turned
front.
top pair and he just 3-bet jammed.
This guy had a set or something. Well, he was drawing dead, right?
He was drawing dead, yeah.
Like
just
a
top
huge
pair
spot,
versus top sets. Yeah.
Couple of knuckles. Bring the queen. Now another gutter.
I would imagine we'll hear from somebody before this one is all said and done. Nice from Veloso.
Taking it down there. Sergio Rich Spirit Veloso. And, you know, those leave a bit to the imagination with regards to where we source that particular moniker. As you get a look at the payouts, no imagination available. This is fixed income. Min cash was 15 grand, and we're 100 dimes removed from that threshold. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. Saying hello to the tertiary feature here. 4 to Broadway on board, and the queen 4 for power slides right in to the nuts with a redraw versus the top pair, which obviously isn't something Gibbons is going to be egregiously proud of in the face of aggression. He is out of position, and power leaning.
By the way, you see what Power's doing here?
What's that?
He's going for 3.8 into 1.4 or, you know, something like that. That's actually a very good idea with this particular hand, and you see these ideas obviously just targeting a queen and trying to get tons of money in on the stone free roll. So you see ideas like that where, you know, you use huge overbets and you just build around that particular hand.
Well, no indulgences out of Gibbons as we indulge in a report from Natalie Bodie on Leo Margets.
Leo Margets is once again the last woman standing in the World Series of Poker main event. It's familiar territory for her, as she did the same thing back in 2009 when she finished 27th out of nearly 6,500 players. It remains one of the best female finishes in main event history. She went on to win a bracelet in 2021, and now she's going deep again in 2025. Fewer than 5% of this year's main event field were women, and Margets has once again outlasted all of them.
Bravo, Leo. De Barcelona, Spain. You know, you got to hit it with the Castilian accent, I believe. Coach at Mento Poker, by the way. So, you know, she's out here proving that she's got the chops to be indoctrinating others with procedures. Duenas with some chops here.
It would be really cool to see a female winner.
Oh.
That would be huge.
I could see the floodgates opening in a spot such as that. It really would. I don't think anyone can argue it. We had that ray of hope courtesy of Kristen Foxen, but it was dashed. 2 tables remaining as Hesse's Jack-8 of spades 350. Rates to get dashed. Juan Duenas.
And Hesse has a decision here. You could peel a hand such as this button big blind, but of course you could just release.
Upstairs we go, another bean.
And again, under normal circumstances, I would be inclined to peel. Even here, it's enticing, but there's a little bit of space between that jack and the 8 where you just don't flop quite as clean as the slightly tidier versions of this hand. By the way, strong pants on Gibbons.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what happens to tennis balls after their service life is reached, I believe upcycling into that.
2.95 in the middle. As often the case, I don't understand what you mean, and I don't want to pursue it further.
Middle set as the pursuits of Jack-8 of spades evaporate. You suggested that he was going to peel here in position.
It's reasonable.
Failing to yield fruit. And for Duenas, the presence of that ace is delightful, as we are so optimistic that the ace-X is a part of Hesse's range. Stephen Hesse, by the way, $572,000 in career tournament earnings. Nassau Bay, Texas. His hometown. Environmental science, specifically geology, which again points me in the direction of potential. Let's get in bed with this dude, maybe drill for a little bit of the dino goo. You know, or just get into those Houston private games. Again, I think perhaps some of the oiliest in the country.
Okay, Ali, right, yeah.
I mean, I'll go. You don't want to go, Nick? That's fine. I'll go. I may come back broke, but I'm going.
Okay.
You know? And I'm going to pull up, by the way, in like a, you know, 94 Coupe de Ville with the Longhorn kind of hood ornament.
You know, I swear this happens sometimes. I kind of missed the first part of what you were saying. So it's been quite a while. I've had no idea what you're talking about. I mean, zero.
Well, the pants, I suggested tennis balls,
I know,
recycled.
but I just, there is a point with you sometimes, my brain. And, you know, for our East Coast listeners, I'm sure they're at that teetering point where maybe sleep, maybe stick it out. Much love to everybody tuning in. As always, we really do appreciate it.
But by the way, it's not simply the 4 time zones within the States and North and some of Central America that we're talking to here. We've got Europe, we've got Asia in the building.
Of course.
Welcome to all of you. A lack of welcome here for 2 9s versus kings. Nina not available for Kasic. He does cover Johann Schumacher. No relation to Michael of Formula One fame, I presume. Board pairing 3 is tidy, and the Cowboys poised to haul in 8.1 unless the unsavory says hello. No such concerns as Johan submits the tokens for replication, stepping up to the Xerox machine. Here's the man who plays under the Belgian flag, Nick. Waffles, chocolate, you know, these sorts of things.
Bicycles, charming walks by the, you know, nice people.
Antwerp, the Diamond Repository as well, would love to knock off, you know, some of De Beers' vault. But anyway, Verveer's Belgium hometown, but under residence currently. Mexico City.
Okay.
Now,
I mean,
this is a hard pivot from, you know.
well, you see a lot of
in
poker
Bruges.
players as we see Kassouf is racked up. Brother, you got to go to your table, Will. You can't, and as we see he's returning to the feature, you can't take a break and just, you know.
I have to chip up slowly.
By the way,
and I'm not trying to pile on him at all. I'm just here to observe, but you got to just, you know.
Make your move.
Yeah, you got to just take your chips and go to the next table. But I know he's just kind of existing, you know what I mean?
It's all on brand for him.
And by the way, as far as the Mexico, you see a lot of poker players move down to Mexico.
Any particular reason other than the online poker availability?
That was the reason kind of back in the day, Black Friday, but now I think there's just a little bit of community down there. I know quite a few guys who've just lived down there for a while, you know?
You know, it can be quite affordable to live well up there in Reforma and Polanco out there. I confess I've paid a visit down there to CDMX a few times. Puyol and
Ben Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
the Anointed Quintonil, a couple of restaurants that I love.
By the way, let me just say
You know who this is?
that
Ben
Kassouf
Jackson? You ever heard of Ben
and
Jackson? You heard of
Afriyat
Dor Brunson, right?
is compelling.
Professional poker player. You
At
heard
the
of Dor Brunson?
Afriyat, not one to kind
Yeah, you heard
of,
Dor
you
Brunson. You
know.
heard of Phil Ivey? And Phil Hellmuth? Yeah. Have you heard of Ben
He
Jackson?
ain't going to put up with it? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying that he's
Tell him your name.
a little
You're Ben Jackson,
spicy
right?
himself at times, and I'm curious as to how this will go.
Poker legend.
How we got it? It's Ben Jackson.
Well, he's wearing a big smile for the time being, but, you know, give it a minute.
Huh?
Important, by the way, to acknowledge that this wasn't a production decision to kind of bring Kassouf
Yes, of
back here.
course.
It's all random.
Should go without saying, but
The TV
fair.
cameras, they just love you.
Sorry?
They love you.
Look at I love this suit. Look at this guy. Is your name Vinny? You cousin Vinny?
So you know. How do you know?
You cousin Vinny, right?
Yeah.
I heard about you.
Yeah.
I heard about you, bro.
You're the
What's the
guy.
bet?
You're the guy from Revenge of the Nerds.
I'm the guy. You're that guy. You're that guy.
You're the guy that I saw in the movie Revenge of the Nerds. The one that was running there. Oh, Weekend at Bernie's.
Hope you're having fun.
You're Bernie in Weekend at Bernie's.
This is what I'm saying. Let's just
You just hit him with Revenge of the Nerds?
Let's just lay out for a moment.
Schultz not laying out. Ace-4 of clubs, bringing forth
I didn't hear you. Sorry. I had to
300. Kassouf on the set line.
Weekend at Bernie's. You have to see that movie. It's the coolest movie.
Why?
Yeah,
What's that got to do with me?
Listen. The one in the Hamptons? Is that the one in the Hamptons?
What's your name?
It's a compliment.
What's your name?
They call me Ricky.
They call you Ricky, but what's your real name?
Eric.
Sorry?
Eric.
Eric. Where you from?
Montreal.
Montreal. Originally from there?
Nick, is that a cutout
You live there now?
on the top being worn by the gentleman who's wearing the hat that says poker is war?
Just one moment, Ali. I want to see.
Somebody was telling me you're a lawyer.
Sorry?
Somebody told me you're a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer by profession, but taking an extended break for legal career, just playing poker full time.
You're smart.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Three-way affair. Two clubs on board along with a couple of sevens here.
I'm telling you, I
Nut
would
flush
take you as a
draw.
lawyer.
I'm my own patch.
A
For
great talker
Schultz.
like you, I would take you as a lawyer for sure.
I've been doing a lot of time. I've been talking non-stop for 12 hours straight every single day for the last 6 days. I'm
I
sick.
would magic. I would
Confirm.
hire you in a jiffy.
Better call
You
Saul.
wouldn't hire this guy? 100% I would hire this guy. This guy doesn't like to lose. He's going to go there like a fighter.
$400. Don't mess around with this deck.
Kassouf has
Running big's getting good. So lucky.
brought 400K forward. Now Schultz is sort of contemplating how he'd like to proceed. Remember,
It kind of feels like he's coming with the raise.
yeah, he opened, and now it looks like
I like this line from Schultz.
yeah, he sort of snatched this 400 from the clutches of Kassouf, whose sixes.
Afriyat just beaming ear to ear right now.
Why would they do that?
At this development.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just this one's going to get a little wild.
You're pretty close with Boivon.
I thought I had it.
Is that how you say it?
Usually, if I have it, you don't have it. And if you have it, I don't have it. And if we both have it, it's what they call a cooler. Right? All these coolers, every day, every hand is a cooler. It's unbelievable. Every hand.
Kassouf only with 3.2 back, 900 demanded. You got 2 more streets to think about if you try to punch your ticket to the turn. Deep breath there from Schultz.
Just sat down, so I don't know how you play.
Tall Pour the Cabernet has said hello here in the red hoodie. Grab it by the stem, sir.
So obviously he's been removed from the perma clock. That was last level, and now, you know.
Yeah, I confess I kind of slept on that. The countdown's not coming automatically now, as I guess he's being rewarded for good behavior. However,
I can't really call it all in our fault, so.
It's a probationary, I'm being advised, development. If he gets back to his old ways, you know, I think the gauntlet will be thrown down swiftly. All right, muck declared, 6 is shown.
Pretty good flop, man. Show one card. I'll show both, you show one, right? One card. You'll see it on stream anyway.
Yeah,
There's no hiding. They will show it on the TV. No, but this is stream. You know this is stream table? Live stream.
No, I don't
They show
know.
it on the big, they even show it on the big
Thanks for
screen.
telling me.
We were watching yesterday, they had the
I
clock
was
here.
wondering what this microphone is all about.
Yeah, we're going to see it on stream anyway. Literally,
Really?
we'll show it on the screen. Yesterday I was playing, and the day before they showed the hand 1 hour later, and we're watching and laughing at each other. Oh, you bluffed me, whatever. We can see anyway. So what's the
Leicester University grad is Will Kassouf, and a graduate of the 2016 main, 17th. Sports car enthusiast who added a McLaren to the garage recently, and I confess I too am an automotive enthusiast. There's a broad spectrum in terms of entry-level McLaren right on up to, you know, things in the multi-millions. So unclear what model.
We'll be back. I'm hearing some developments are occurring at the outer table C, and we'll get back to your affinity for sports cars, Ali.
You know, intercept in the Venn diagram with Kassouf of few, maybe.
Skogren in good shape to double, needs it. Sub 10 bigs. And a dangerous flop for him. Ace Queen still in the lead, but
all spaded up is Gibbons. Out-kicked, but with 42% equity with 2 to come. The covering stack. Skogren, we've observed, demonstrate tremendous patience throughout the festivities. Is Ace Queen hanging on for dear life here late day 6 main event. Keep it spade and 9 free. That's the idea. Oh no!
Good game, sir. What a run.
The machete cutting through the hopes of Corey Skogren, the Minnesotan who lives in Marshall, a certified financial planner. And he had plans for a different outcome than the one he's been granted here. Sporting round of handshakes there. GG's, Mr. Skogren. Back to the golf course with 115 in the back pocket. That's a healthy bit more than the total 26,000 and change in career tournament earnings that the 54-year-old brought in to the main. So GG's to him. He probably wouldn't advise that I do the sports car. In fact, if he knew, you know,
oh
like
my.
1.2 million pre-flop.
10-3 offsuit. Don't adjust your screen. Schultz's ace queen opened. Kassouf caught in the crossfire, having chosen to flat, and Afriat is saying hello.
You look more of a cousin Vinny, but yeah, you're French rather
Wow.
than huh?
Ace
What'd you say your
queen
name was?
out of there.
Hang on, Ali.
Eric.
Don't say a word.
Mais non. Mais c'est pas vrai, c'est pas possible, c'est incroyable ça, non? Combien? How much? We must speak the English language on the table, but with the French accent. So the dealer and the player, they understand, no? Oui, oui, bien sûr. Désolé, monsieur, English only on the table. 1.2 million.
Man, how am I going to get a straight face?
It's a big bet, monsieur. A big bet. 8, 9, 10, 11, et voilà. And I hit the flop. Allez, allez, on y va. Allons-y, tapis, tapis. English only on the table, but it's big hand. Cooler. En français, cooler. Also, they say cooler? Cooler. I have a hand, not wasting. This is pretty sick that you made it 1.2. 900, I was definitely calling. No, I was on a 2. I played it for 2 hours. It's all right, I fold. Big hand. No,
Gets
I
it
had 2
through.
hours. No,
You know who doesn't have a big hand?
Afriat.
What are you talking about?
Is he going to windmill this?
I don't think so.
No, just quietly, not even on the hunt for the glory.
Afriat is kind of gangster. Let's just be clear. You know.
No, I was subject to it's complete bullshit.
By the way, I like your French
I was subject
accent.
to a 10-second shot clock for the whole level for 2 hours off dinner break.
There might be a reason.
Yeah? Yeah, I think that's unnecessarily harsh.
What's your
Before, they called the floor when they talked for time and had 5 seconds to act. Okay, I thought that was harsh, but 5 seconds, fair enough. I was told then after we went on dinner break, I was told when you come back from dinner break, you're on a 10-second shot clock, pre-flop, flop, turn a river, any decision, any time. And I got involved in a pot when I turned the stone cold nuts. I bet the nuts on the turn. Listen, I bet the nuts on the turn. The board played on the river. He put me all in with 3 million chips, and I'm sitting in seat 1. Dealers counting down 5, 4, 3, and I had to fold 3 million chips. And I had stone cold nuts on the turn. And the board played. Whereas if I had even 1 minute to act, then I'd be all right.
Maybe if you play faster, you won't get in that situation.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you play your game, I'll play mine. But I'm now back to normal. You have to wait till it's reasonable time, then call the clock, and I have a full 30 seconds in case you're wondering, counting or checking. Even if you call the clock.
Is this just an open insertion of dual index fingers into the ear canal here from Schulze? I don't think he's trying to be coy about his sentiments.
Yeah, you know, yeah, that's what that is.
The wall of sound, really not what he's here for.
Not messing around with my stack.
Queen 10 offsuit though, Kassouf here for it, and note again, as the stack dwindles, these decisions can be quite consequential, and the consequences are incoming here as Kasich with 3.6
I went to bed at 9:15.
doesn't waste any time piling.
I'm not selfish, I'm a considerate. I have paracetamol tablets. Anyone paracetamal? Legit. It's not no cocaine. Paracetamol from Tesco.
What is it exactly?
Can you let them know Tesco is like a supermarket in UK? Tesco. So if anyone has a headache, I've got a headache myself. If you'd like, you have 2 each. Don't overdose. I don't want anyone to overdose. With tens of millions of people.
What's happening now? Kassouf is offering pills.
Yeah. Not sure, Ali.
Press them through here. 1. You know, and it seems like it's bit of water. You can swallow it whole.
Afriat, by the way, with the 7s, I thought maybe.
He was just adjusting the blind. I saw that as well.
You're right. I was like, wait, hang on.
I don't know how much he's shoving. He's got me covered. You think I'm raising light?
I don't think he cares.
How much?
Good luck,
sir. I believe all the table.
You wish him good luck? You don't wish me good luck?
I with him for 7 hours.
But he's got more chips than me. You have to wish the guy who's the short stack, who's all in. If I call, I'm the short stack. You don't wish me luck?
I have to be loyal to the guy I suffer 7
Are you a lawyer?
No. I said I'm loyal.
Loyal?
Loyal to the guy. If you were there before.
I've got a hand. I think this is a flip situation. Literally, it's a coin flip. If you 3-bet, I was shoving. I swear. If you 3-bet, I was shoving. But the fact that you shoved all in, I don't need to call off my whole stack. I know you got like 7s, 8s, 9s. I can talk because you put me all in for my whole stack. It's the only situation I'm allowed to talk about my hand and your hand when I'm closing the action. So, we're in a race situation. You have a pair, 7s, 8s, 9s, right? You don't have to answer. You have 7s, 8s, 9s. I've got 2 overcards. No, you don't have something. Yep, don't, please. If you're going to say something that makes sense. You've got 7s, 8s, I'll put you on 7, I might be wrong. You've got 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, it's a flip. I've got 2 overcards, 2 quarter clock. It's not been that.
30 seconds, your time starts at 35.
For my whole tournament life.
We'll count down the last 5.
Second hand I played. It's my tournament life. 20 o'clock. I need to take some paracetamol and give myself a headache. Anyone else want some paracetamol? You got a headache?
Buddy, you got 30 seconds.
I could think, talk, and act all at the same time.
15 seconds.
Brilliant.
I can speak 8 different languages.
I believe it.
I say like a boss in 28 different.
I know. I know there's something genius about you.
I got 2 overcards, but I don't need to gamble. I fold.
5.
I fold. Keep counting. 4, 3. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, here you go. Ace king.
Okay, there we go.
See?
Great situation. I was joking, by the way. I had the pair. I know you got
I gotta be honest.
But I know you're gonna hit. You
I can say like a boss.
I'm the one with the 7s.
In 28 different languages actually kind of hit me hard. That one sort of hit me a little bit.
It's a race situation. But I want to shove with my hand, not call with it. At best, it's a flip. At best, he's got ace king, ace queen, ace jack. And at worst, he's got 9s, 10s. That's the fold, right?
Well, there aren't a whole lot of things that
I could speak many different languages. I could say like a boss. 30 different languages. My word.
Got 1 day off to go to the shop for day 9, day 10.
Well, there are 3 more EPT stops in 2025. At the end of the summer, August 18th through the 31st, the poker world will be gathering in Barcelona for the biggest European event of the year, October 1st to the 12th. The tour returns to Malta for the first time since 2016, and the EPT season concludes in Prague December 3rd through the 14th. For more deets, check out the PokerStars Live app. When was the last EPT you went down to, Nick? Have you been before?
Man, it's been a while.
Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't, you know, maybe over the next.
300 becomes 1.4 at the feature here. Prokopchuk. Ace, king, the nerve agent.
And Ali had called an open from elsewhere. We saw very briefly an ace-jack hitting the muck, so it was an open.
From Sedell.
From Sedell. Ali called, and here the 3-bet. Could see call, could see fold. Many cases of this in these spots where it does feel a hand is close. And I could see both plays. I don't really like the back jam, especially against the big blind, which always feels a little bit stronger than other positions.
Yeah, we know that the temptation of a squeeze and snatch without further altercation could leave somebody pursuing with less.
Looks like cards are on their back, Sally.
Yeah, and this is why ace, queen, power, calling Hewlett's king 8 of spades rip. This one came down as the open shove and flat. Table for 2 as the dealer awaits instruction, and Lee hopes that 38% equity can be realized promptly. No such luck. Up against top 2, which takes the king off the board, and the 8 of clubs is already in the bin. Unbeknownst to Hewlett, this is a 1-outer 2 times. Running diamonds for the chop, no longer the option.
Can he find the 8?
There's your answer. As Hewlett no longer a part of the main.
Very good game, sir.
Heading back to LA, originally from Stockton, professional poker player. Add a $135 to your $515K in career tournament earnings, young man.
We'll give you cash now, we'll release the money to your account.
37 years of age. I mean, when you know, famously the DNA is just about as good as it gets in terms of getting on in life. He could have just been 21. I mean, meanwhile,
so funny.
8s for Skoluchia. He's found one to go with. Gets it through. You know, what sort of things do you anticipate are on offer at Skoluchia's bakeries? You know, pierogies, you know. What maybe a back room kind of cash game at the restaurant
he might
after
have
hours.
Some just very nice, normal bakeries with, you know, fresh baked goods.
You know, I want to make a genuine confession. I had Georgian food, as you saw the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic, for the first time in my life recently at a little spot called Babo in Riga, Latvia, and the food was fire.
Georgian food is incredible.
Do you know about this?
Yes.
Have you had the mint lemonade?
Yes, yes.
And then the big dumpling?
Viva Georgia.
Just
unbelievable.
I really was blown away. I'd never sampled the wares. And they're doing good things out there in the kitchen.
They can fight, too, the Georgians, you know.
Oh,
well, some of the best fighters in the world now hail from, but anyway.
But this is boxing, or we're talking MMA?
MMA.
Okay.
As soon as the day, yeah, no.
Skalukia not looking to exit the octagon just yet, as we saw the pickup. Not involved here. Mucked around to Veloso. Queen 8 off. Good for a limp. Let's see what Hallaert's cooked up. A dusty one. Then, you know, we observe ideas of bottom of range, trying to end things early, but Kenny says let's see 3.
You're right, though, Ali.
Jack 8-4, all spades. Both parties with the flush draw. Advantage Veloso in a real way, not just given the dominant spade, but the 8, which is paired. Slips it.
I like this from Kenny, albeit he's drawing almost dead. But he can't know that. We can.
Yeah, this holding is pretty barren. There's the 150. Never sheds Veloso. Pot grows to 750,000. 6 of hearts is inconsequential.
Curious to see what Kenny goes for. Again, these limp check BVB entanglements are very murky. Does check it back.
So perhaps a one and done effort. Veloso now contemplating doing his own bidding and feeling comfortable enough, in spite of the 4 pairing, to deliver 350, ends things. It's getting a little late, Nick. Past midnight local time here. Ali Najad and newly christened Hall of Famer Nick Schulman here, winding it down. Day 6 of the World Series of Poker main event at Horseshoe, Las Vegas. Jeff Platt, Natalie Bodie on the sidelines, and just 67 in the arena. 10 million up top, 135K. The current payout here. Each orbit is costing 400,000. Ace deuce suited Jose Palomares. Cutting out the greens.
Even though we just met, it's been fun hanging out with you.
I know, it's been a lot of fun.
Raise 300,000.
Up we go. Nothing more than a click. Low-level flight. Full suit of connector here for Merson, the milkman.
I feel like every time we look at the milkman, he just has another million chips.
Is that a stack of 20?
Have you noticed that?
Is it just me, or
7 to start?
is there a very strong Happy Gilmore likeness? You know, I don't know if you're seeing it as well, Sandler, with the hockey kid as well, you know.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Heads up, guys.
We're going to be seeing a flop as Merson does defend. Finds nothing on the Jack 10-5 board. Nut flush draw for Palomares. Action checked over. Jose, by the way, 19,000 and change in career tournament earnings. And, you know, we mention this because it really helps to support the gravity of the moment. Does declare all in. The pot ends quickly. This is his first career World Series of Poker cash.
6-7
And he actually got a 1-round penalty.
Oh, go on.
Earlier today, after folding out of turn inadvertently in a multi-way pot.
I saw something about that where he clearly didn't mean to do it.
But rules are rules, I think, in spots like that. There can be a bit of a draconian level of enforcement.
Sure.
Unfortunate, but, you know, no worse for the wear, it would
Get it
seem.
quietly, 12 million, yeah? Yeah? All right, Mitch. Yeah.
Back over
Get
to
it quietly. Must be nice. Hey,
Kassouf and co.
Dodging this game.
Oh, look at Schultz.
I saw that.
Tractor.
A disciplinary. Let's get it moving.
Yeah, Schultz is not liking this whole thing.
Not at all. He is liking the 9s, by the way. Evidenced by the 300. Pisarenko. Suited king, kind of darting the eyes around a bit. It stops there, however.
And a couple of jacks for Schumacher in the big blind. 50 bigs effective just north. Could certainly see a just defend from Schumacher. But he is going upstairs with the best hand.
1-3-50.
And I would think Schultz takes a flop, Polly.
Just north of another million, required to do so here. He has the covering stack by a good margin. Schumacher lists esports as among his hobbies, but he's not playing any games here. Is playing for just south of 3 million, however, and doing so out of position, which can get pesky. 2 overcards as the other artwork that he wasn't a fan of rolls off the deck. Schultz doesn't love it either, but perhaps an opportunity will be available to him to try to take this one. Not for the time being, it would seem, Nick, as Schumacher is cutting out the follow-through.
Well, this will just do it.
Sure enough. And I think, you know, this illustrates the importance of not simply looking up at the king and the queen and seizing up.
Yeah, I think in that spot, you just kind of go for the range bet.
And hope.
The range bet and hope.
Yep.
But you're absolutely right, Ali. Looks like Kassouf has had a food delivery.
What
he spent the dinner break arguing with the floor, so.
Yeah, and that really will work up your appetite, it would seem.
That's the plan.
Adam Hendricks, by the way, quietly parked there with 15.3.
Not that quiet, but he very much is.
Looks like broccoli down the hatch. Careful with the cruciferous veggies, by the way. Those do kind of return to say hello.
Jesus, Ali.
I mean, I'm not hammering broccoli on the daily, but when I do, you know,
Ali,
anyway.
just walk away, my man.
If someone's eating broccoli, I will.
Yeah. Well,
is it just broccoli, by the way? Is he?
I don't know. He might be vegan or something, you know. I feel like he might be.
What's that, a snow pea?
That's a snow pea right there.
No, that's spinach.
No, I think that's a...
Is it really?
Yeah, I mean, this might be like some sort of Chinese kind of dish, you know.
Just the greens, you know.
10 bigs. That's fine. least a
some
whole
choice
orbit. You got a whole orbit, I got 2 orbits. 14 bigs. What difference? Who's counter checking in?
Perhaps this to-go
You know who
box
else doing that
is
apart from Cocky Bollocks Mitch?
well, no, perhaps it isn't.
Oh,
I
the
was
other guy
suggesting
saying the
what
cash game.
we needed for
Big cash game player. I hadn't heard of him.
Just a
Pretty
little
boy,
break.
Sunglasses, model looking.
Apparently the
That was
man
on my
can
table when I
eat
started.
and speak
Yeah.
simultaneously.
And he was like up there with Mitch in the chip count. Well, he was second in chips when I was still chip leader. I was like chip leader, and he was like.
Johan, by the way,
Mitch
going to
was
work
second,
on
he
the
was third.
button, and
I think Mitch got down a
Hendricks
bit, and then I
with the
me and
ace
this
king.
other guy was top 2. I forgot his name now.
Love the lenses here on Adam, by the way. A very sort of different vibe being exuded from behind that
Not far from me.
rose tint.
But cash game player.
Sort of Nick Cage and Face Off vibes.
Find out, I can't get my phone out.
Yeah, no, those are
He's on my
strong.
table. I don't know if you saw my table. He was sitting
Perfect complement, of course, would be a couple of double Desert Eagles, gold-plated, you know, just to complete the look.
Yeah. You know, I never actually saw Face Off.
Yeah,
No, it's kind of a cult classic.
Yeah.
Love Nick Cage.
Local, by the way, Nick Cage.
But,
Saw him a couple times out here in Vegas.
Have you seen the Bad Lieutenant remake with Nick Cage? Oh, don't sleep on that one.
Okay. Not sleeping
Winner
on
for Hendricks.
The ace king, of course, is Hendricks. Wakes up, takes it down, little lip lick.
Kind of showed him too. Did you see the high toss? Sort of like alluded to it being a good hand.
Sure. Is that Sasquatch on the hoodie?
I reckon it's 35, 36.
Not unclear to me.
Early man, something of this nature.
I tried to show, but you need slow motion to see it when I flip it like that.
Wonder how many Jack Links
You saw paint?
jerky proofs of purchase were
How'd you
kind of
guys see an
required
ace?
to redeem for that one.
Yeah.
Do you remember that sponsorship tie-in with the series for a long time? We
Yeah,
had that.
of course. You had the Jack Links beef jerky moment. Or
Jeffrey Pollock, the commissioner, walked me into a storage unit, by the way, and there was like Scrooge McDuck amounts of jerky that I could have swam through back there. He's like, take what you want. And, you know, that box.
Let's see,
Probably a bad idea.
Kassouf, 9-handed. Actually, 8.
Sorry, guys.
I would think convention would be just to fold.
1.5.
You know, the lines are so blurred for me at this point, Nick, with respect to when there's a modicum of legitimacy behind Kassouf's
This is legit
pursuits,
for him
you
right
know,
now.
or if it's all part of the thing. So
It looks like, okay, he's going for the 300. He was toying with jam. Perhaps he considered fold. Let's see. He has a lot of players to get through, but perhaps he will.
14 bigs coming in. Note the loss of a 4, and note the hockey sticks for the Quebecois. Afriat on the button, flatting them.
And it looks like Schultz will be hopping in as well. 3 ways to the flop. Can Kassouf find the 4? Find another way? He could certainly find those snow peas.
Always a good time to go when he's out.
Ace, Jack, Trey, a couple of hearts.
And by the way, it is kind of springing to mind if you're Kassouf with this particular hand to bluff immediately. Represent the big ace. The 4 of hearts is an important card, especially when the big blind joins the equation. I think if you're Kassouf, you just kind of have to bluff right now. He does go for check.
Oh, wow. Look.
And that's the thing. If we bet, Afriat's gone.
250.
But when we extend the hand his way, these hands can often go in different directions, you know? By the way, Kassouf might not be done just yet, though. Perhaps he'll get the last laugh, but...
Isn't there a lot that just hits this ace-jack?
This might be it.
Sorry?
That flatted
This might be the hand.
pre-flop?
No,
I wouldn't mind it being the hand if you had a flush draw, but I think you got lucky on the flop. I was going to open jam pre-flop.
By the way, 14 bigs pre. I don't know how proud of
I got-
sevens we are
I
on the
got pocket
button.
pair. You
As
sure?
Afriat, even
I think
with the
you've
chip
got a jack,
lead.
you win it. You have queen jack, queen jack, maximum.
Anyways,
I know you don't have an ace.
I tell you the truth.
You have king. Yeah.
If you would have jammed, I would have called you if you would have.
That's what I mean. That's what I saved my total life. I had a pair. I wasn't strong enough to jam 14 big blinds. I had 14 big blinds. I need to jam. The race to find out. Good enough to
Afriat
fold. Now
getting
I'm
the better of
open jamming
Kassouf
now.
I would have
once
called it
more.
2 million.
Afriat really
Ace
leveraged
10.
his stack nicely.
Ace
You
queen.
know,
Someone give him a chance.
he knows how to kind of lean on you.
150.
Have you been there,
That's it.
you know,
Squeaky bum time. Time to double up.
battling with Afriat?
I've played with Afriat.
10 bigs
I've
high,
never
like a
played
boss.
with him
There you
deep
go.
in
10 bigs in a
something,
dream.
but
11
I've
bigs.
observed
11
him.
bigs in a dream.
Never at the same table?
We've played
Either
at the
one.
same table, but never deep. I've done some day
Yeah, this
one
is the one.
kind of.
Okay.
You got it, you got it. You can't bluff me. I think it's the one, I don't know. I'll let you guys decide if it's the one. As I was saying, if you like money, you should fold. If you don't like money, you can raise. And I've got exactly this much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kassouf campaigning
I was busy eating my dinner, but I guess
From the
if
big.
you want to double me up, it's very kind of you.
Schumacher on the attack with the Jack-10.
There may be trouble ahead. Wow, triple up. Thank you, guys. Merry Christmas. It's my birthday soon, in December. Thank you, guys. Wow. All donations welcome.
Pocket queens
1.5, 1.6, 1.650.
for
Take
Kassouf.
that.
Well, this is massive for Senor
This is my triple
Kassouf.
up.
What timing?
Oh, minimum double up. I know, minimum double up. Maybe triple. So I'll leave it to you guys. You guys decide. You play your hand. But I'll get my chips in good for my tournament life, playing for $10 million. And I think this is the one. I think this is the one.
And by the way, it's going to be a
On my
little
big
bit
blind.
close for Schulze. Just after calling the
I'll wait
300,
till
we
the
have
clock
Schumacher's
goes to
additional
0 on
300
65
that'll be in
minutes,
the
and I think
middle,
this is the
plus
one.
the ante.
Give a little speech. There it is. In the words of Will Kassouf, if you got it, you got it. It's a cooler. I'm all in.
I think he's going to wind up folding to
All
the
in. The absolute
11
closer,
big
man.
blind jam, but it's a touch close.
1.65 million says I've got the best hand for sure. Massive monster. If I have nothing, I just fold free. If I have the mediocre hand, I just call. But when I get my chips in the big blind after he's open,
Can you stop talking for a second so I can calculate?
Okay, I'm just letting you.
Thank you.
Big hand. And if it means how much to you,
Yeah, just let me.
yeah, cool.
Thank you.
I've got all day, all night to eat this salad, like a rabbit.
Eat your salad, thanks.
Any rabbits about? Rabbits can rabbit.
First sort of overture in quite some time being delivered to Kassouf, and he's heeding the request to his credit.
He said, I have all day to eat this salad like a rabbit.
Well, this King 7 of Hearts is the tortoise for the time being, as the hare
Well, I'll take it.
takes it down.
Won the MGM 35.
You see it on the stream anyway.
50K.
Big hand, monster hand.
I don't know his name.
Very lucky. 9 high like a boss.
Crazy.
You see it on the
The one that won the million at the area and just came after the 50.
You know, I feel that Schulze could be deeply susceptible
Just like
to some discombobulations here.
You know, I was thinking that as well. Just in general, you do have to be careful with that. You can't let this guy, but you know, it's also, I mean,
Open to 300, call.
You show him the Achilles and it could be a problem.
He tanked and folded, yeah. I didn't show 9 high like a boss. You'll see it on the stream anyway.
I lost day 2.
Yeah, me too.
Because we were destined for bigger things.
Yeah. 1.
Nice shot.
Thank you.
You got to give the
I
compliment.
had it. You're going to see it on stream. I definitely had
Give
it.
the compliment when it's due.
I wanted him to go. For sure.
Schumacher's been
I
very
know you
active,
think he
by
had
the
3
way,
outs.
with good reason here, ace, queen of diamonds. But
Not that
The
bad,
increase
come
in
on. Not
VPIP,
that
I'm
bad,
sure,
it
is
might
being
go.
clocked.
It's pretty good.
Merci, monsieur.
I'm a picky guy.
A lot of people get me wrong until they actually meet me in person, rather than just hear things. And when you portray as a villain on ESPN, I don't mind it.
If you tone it down.
I love the
just a
haters.
tiny
What
bit.
is this, 300?
Tone it down just a little bit, you'd be very lovable. Likable.
To note the downgrade from lovable to likable, as Afriat did correct himself quite quickly there.
Yeah.
This gentleman in the back has put a pretty solid polish on the perhaps Merlot, and in he goes for, you know.
Oh, Kassouf playing the rush.
I think you erased. You said call? Oh, sorry, shit. Sorry, I'm out of it.
Wakey, wakey.
My fault.
Morning, evening, afternoon, whatever you want.
I need one of those teas.
One thing I've noticed with Kassouf is when he wins a hand, he kind of tends to just sort of play the next hand, you know? He's a
Looking
big
for the
momentum
parlay.
guy.
Yeah, yeah. Trying to string it together.
Flops the gut shot.
Jack 7-4, there is some equity here. Lack of a diamond with these two overs for Schumacher. 900 in the middle. Note the departure from the big despite the price.
It's going to be the longest hour.
King rolling off now.
I was very happy with my
Broadway
little
gut shot.
Note, by the way, the
just
10,
relax,
no
now-
good
now you come
for
in the lights.
Kassouf.
Yeah, this is
It's okay.
a bad
Looking at the
card
next page,
for
I'm to 30,000 now.
reasons he is unaware of. And not just the immediate king and jack interactions.
This guy's got very green eyes, Schumacher.
Mystery bounty.
You, you like a nice green eye, Nick?
I'm just saying, you know.
The emeralds?
Yeah, they were, and his pupils looked very kind of...
Piercing.
Yeah, kind of piercing and small. Not dilated, maybe the opposite of, you know...
Taut. Yeah, you're right.
Couldn't help but notice it's a powerful eye.
You know, if he was suddenly to just beam lasers out of those things, I don't know that I would be. Can we get a look? Yeah, sure. Ace on the end, by the way.
Well, would imagine for Kassouf with the 9 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, we won't be hearing from him. Looks like it's going Schumacher's way at some point. 9 high like a ball did not come in this time, but
Afriat, by the way, on the rail, having a discussion. 30 million plus. What a dream. His head's going to hit the pillow in one of two ways, either quite softly and comfortably or just sleeplessness with the, you know, the buzz of a day 7 chip lead.
oh,
at his
my God.
fingertips.
This really does surprise me from Kassouf. I feel with these cards, we directly block 8s and 9s, which is an issue in this line. It really is.
I was done with this hand, Nick.
I just feel Schumacher hits the ace so often or has other kind of... You know what, though? No other way to win, but I would have given this one up if I was forced to defend the small.
2/3 pot, the statement being made is spades? Perhaps some queen 10 flatting in the small. The suited combos are a real thing, but
Or
this
some
is,
aces up.
you know,
But listen,
a lot of our 2-point
he said he can say it in 28 different languages, 9 high like a boss. He just wants that. He wants to be able to whip it in his face. Stranger things have happened, by the way. Schumacher doesn't love it. He doesn't really beat value, but there it is.
You win one time. You went to fold, so I could say 9 high like a boss. I just want to see your hand, though. I want to see your hand. One time. I'm repping the flush. Everything gets there. I want to see where you're going with it. So sick. Nice.
Look at Schumacher just disturbed
I'm repping a lot better
by
than ace queen.
I
bet that exactly that much. Got 1 round. I got 10 bigs. Had to go for it. Don't regret doing it.
reveal there from Kassouf.
Check. Got a bluff on the river. Even if you hit the ace, I'm repping a lot better. I could have any 2 pairs, set, straight, flush.
But you had a 9 and an 8.
You didn't know that. No one knew I had a 9 and 8. No one on this table, no one in this whole room, this whole casino hotel thought I had 9-8 on that spot. No way.
Everyone knows you like 9 high.
Everything gets there. It's like the perfect river card for me, like in a way. I know he's got an 8, even if he's got an ace. I'm repping all sorts there. 2 pair, set, straight, flush. And bluff, I'm very rarely bluffing with my stack. But I bet that exact amount,
Schumacher.
so I've got exactly 10 bigs.
Accepting the
I was
gift.
free rolling for these 2 guys' chips anyway. They just donated me 300 each when I shoved. So now I've got 1 whole orbit to get exactly 10 big blinds. Don't ask about how much I'm playing. 10 bigs in a dream. The dream is still alive. I've got 8 hands and it's going in. Want to be a hero, huh? 1 pair, ace queen. He caught me with ace queen, honey. He caught me with ace queen, 1 pair on the river.
2 sets of
Any
sixes
2 pair,
here.
2 pair,
Was that
set,
his Helmuth?
straight, flush.
It was.
Monsieur, mais c'est pas vrai, c'est pas possible, c'est incroyable ça, non? Incroyable.
When you have a nice stack like this,
Incroyable.
expensive. William, I think you should focus.
Oh la la.
You got a pay jump in 4.
I don't care about the pay jump.
And I'm telling you, I don't want you to lose out on 30K.
I don't care about the pay jump.
I don't know if you're going
I'm
to last.
playing to win.
I don't know if you're going to last the
I don't
next
care.
20 minutes.
No, I'm doubling up. I made that bet perfectly.
I'm telling you for once, I tell you I don't have a
Just on a pot size bet, I got exact. There's method to the madness. Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't regret doing it. 9 high like a boss. Check. The only way, I can't check the river, can I?
But you know what the problem is? If you shove, we might all call.
I want that, please. And then you create a monster, and then I'll see you on day 9. For sure. If you quadruple up, day 9 high like a boss, final table. I'll see you
It's
then.
very hard to beat 7 guys.
I've got 1 whole round, 8 hands, 10 big.
Schumacher
Yeah,
took us to 300.
exactly. Please, miss.
Schulze flatted,
Putain de singe, putain de jeu.
as did Pisarenko. 8-4-4 board. You could see the 6s
Exactly 10 bigs, 1.5 mil. I got 1 round. Same thing.
feeling
1
all
round
right
now.
about it.
It's going in next 7 hands.
Schulze, by the way, liable once more to kind of turn to his left and try to
I
hit
feel
the mute button.
perhaps with Kassouf's wings getting clipped on that last one, he'll just sort of let him.
Never been to Canada, but I heard lots of good things about Playground Poker Club. And lots of people invited me there. Apparently they got WPT.
Schulze somehow on a stone free roll.
But there's one like 20th July.
Yeah, but that's I think it's like a little one, it's like a prime. They did a small one.
I thought it's the prime and the main in July. End of this month. I heard, I don't know.
6 of spades.
Like 1K in the 3.
The reasoning behind that.
Voted
Yes.
#1 poker.
We'll see who wants it more. Oh, now the 5 on the turn, providing gut shots to both parties. No longer is Schulze free rolling. This one is assured to be a chop at showdown should we get there. Now, remember, Schumacher was the pre-flop raiser. Post-flop, however, he came off the throttle, which is why Schulze, who flatted pre-activated. And some of these peels could be with like 1 spade, 2 overcard sorts of holdings.
You got it, Ali.
I'm practicing my French now, monsieur.
Hence, Schulze's continued pursuits.
J'ai étudié le français à l'école quand j'ai 10 ans, et voilà. Très facile, monsieur.
And now Johan's trying to assemble what range credibly connects with this as a flat call pre.
Eric,
We sort of don't expect 6s to be available.
Monsieur.
Yeah, this is one of these spots where Schumacher is concerned, but
Parfait.
we're just in once more.
Et voilà.
If ever you come to Montreal, I'll invite you for a nice dinner.
Thanks. Merci, monsieur.
And the way I always view this, where there's a flush draw on the board is paired, I prefer the sixes without the spade for that occasional time we hit the 6 of spades and they make a flush. Obviously, that's not possible this particular time.
So the 900K did get called, and Schultze was all done.
Wizard sorcery shit. What's going on now? Ben, what's going on? I thought this only happens online. You see this on like PokerStars, ACR, GG. Bitpod, they both got 6s. All the K6s are out. I'm seeing in the main event. He shows 6s and 4s, and his opponent shows 6s and 4s. Obviously, what else does he have? Obviously, he's got 6s and 4s. He's got the other 2 6s.
Being told the grinder is embroiled in something elsewhere in the room versus Nazar Buhayev.
Oh my.
The board is ace, 6, 5. All hearts on the flop, 4th heart on the turn in the form of a 4, and then a board pairing ace on the end. Mizrachi bet the river and got raised to 2.2, tanked for a moment before making the call, and just a naked king-queen.
Oh,
What did the grinder call with? A 7 of hearts. His pocket 7s were good anyway.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Look who's all
Good Lord.
dressed up.
Did you see that kind of dual finger sort of, you know?
I mean, he's
gave,
feeling
if you
it.
run it back a little, he gave a kind of like...
Was that it there?
No, it was a sort of... Oh my God.
He earned it. Bet the river got raised, and the 7 of hearts was deemed durable enough. Note the wry smile on Nahayev there.
We had no idea.
Or Buhayev.
Yeah, you're right. That guy is taking that one like a man.
How big are they?
You know, something tells me Manly is the only way he knows how to handle himself.
I hear you.
El Padron, we're talking about Joey Padron, 17.5 million in front of him, the largest of the notable counts here on this slate. Leon Sturm, 5.8. Dylan Ott no longer a part of things. Tony Gregg lurks. Haven't really had many chances to observe. And Thomas Aschont, by the way, that's a familiar name to us when it comes to the main. Nick still involved as part of the final 66.
Okay, Will. This is interesting.
Tournament summary brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And some shake-ups after the grinder spun it to 21 million just moments ago. A big stacked grinder deep in the main, Nick, is a very tantalizing proposition for fans of the game.
You're right about that, Ali.
Jack 7. King Jack 7, 2 diamonds. Absolutely nothing.
2 diamonds, 2 10s, and a 6 now as action revisited. Pisarenko took us up. Swartzberg flatted from the big. Blind versus blind. Tomas Swartzberg, to be specific, by the way. Another one of these guys that's parked his bones in Mexico City, a 32-year-old professional poker player, photography enthusiast. 6 career final tables, $250,000 in career tournament earnings across 38 caches. Pisarenko comes off the gas pedal, and Swartzberg gets on it, having connected.
He's just trying to balance, you know, tanking, make it look like...
Take it down, sir.
But we all know he's got 9-5 offs, he's got no pair, he's got no draw, he's drawing dead. He's drawing dead. He must know he's drawing dead.
Oh, hang on.
He's obviously folding. I mean, come on.
Is that just your
I spoke
read?
prematurely.
You know, Pisarenko's got the queen of diamonds. He has the 9, which is in between. Sali is just locked in. Maybe not.
Deeply unlocked should he call the 275, which it appears he will. And I confess, I just kind of checked out of that one. But checking right back into it here is another 550.
Perhaps
flows
it's
forward.
that time of the night where the aggressive snacking starts to sort of bog you down a bit, you know?
Well, you've shamed me out of even dipping into a single one of the items you know, inventoried earlier for us. I've touched none of them, Nick.
Okay. All right.
And the turn is more than a touch delightful for King 6. Unless, of course, the kicker was playing before against a shared 6 and no longer is.
I kind of like the check with the 6. That third 10 really favors the small blind who elected to raise pre and didn't meet resistance from the big. So we need to sort of respect the scope of the ranges.
Queen high stays that way and checks once more. Diamonds have arrived, albeit Schwartzberg possesses the king of diamonds, and with trips on board, we're not sure value is really available to us versus diamonds. Thinking it over here, I mean, we have to be able to identify a target to pursue value with 10s full of 6s, Nick. Maybe ace high?
Queen high.
Schwartzberg ultimately does check back.
And I showed it to get them giddy. Then we get moved. This table was on the pizza table, and they all remember like 2 minutes ago before the break. They come back at break.
Nice nibble for him.
Queen 9. Queen 9. Yeah, sorry, because I didn't.
You know, which considering I've been shamed out of my own snacks is something I'm envying.
Come on,
right
man.
Now, a good nibble. Well, if you want to make good decisions, optimal ones in high-pressure spots, unlike me in the snack shack, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation and any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the craft services table. I mean, just the poker table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off your first purchase.
Now that little jingle there, do you think GTO Wizard chooses that, or does Go choose it? Just curious. I liked it. I'm not. No reflection on. I mean, I wouldn't bump it in the car, but
That's
it was
what
fine.
I'm saying.
It was okay, but I just wonder who. You know what I mean? Do you know?
Probably Brent Hanks.
You think Brent kind of gets down to the sort of?
You know, I could see, you know, Brent's a dad. I could see him, you know, some sort of Baby Shark album.
By the way, I know
fine.
Brent is still up, sweating.
Yeah, that's right. Shout out to Brent.
Love that.
Also,
Big shout out to Brent, Jeff, everybody.
shout out to all those, by the way. And if you are out there, you know, a little roll call. Nick doesn't enjoy, you know, his feed being populated, but I like knowing who's out there listening. And in fact,
no, of course, you can always hit us up on Twitter. I didn't want my feed being populated with people, you know, sending pictures of their cats or whatever. As I said before, I like cats, so you don't need to convince me. But just in general, where you're from, what you're doing, we love that, you know?
yeah, I was going to say yesterday, I received a few texts from none other than legendary Hollywood actor James Woods, who's a longtime fan of the game, who I came across.
Aren't you the pimp, the golf hustler, it's casino, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all good. That was De Niro talking to Woods.
Right.
Legend, of course.
My dad's favorite movie, an old school flick, Once Upon a Time in America.
Great movie.
Really epic saga. Young James Woods, by the way. Any Given Sunday, another one I think he was a part of.
Was he in Any Given Sunday?
Wasn't he? I could have sworn. Am I tripping?
You know, that's another great movie I kind of haven't. It's okay. We can. I've seen the speech from Pacino, but I don't think I've actually seen the movie.
Even in his eyes, he's a great player. Even in his eyes, there's no way I'm bluffing in that spot.
Indeed.
Okay.
Dr. Harvey Mandry.
You know
his character.
You're a.
Well, hang on. I know something's cooking when we pivot this hard over
Oh,
to
there's
table
the
C.
rail is up. Is Margets involved, or?
I don't see cards in front of her, but of
Buenos,
course they could have been delivered. It is, however, the ace-king of spades for Juan Duenas, squaring off against Kassouf, who we observed elsewhere in the room. His nines have held
Still
on.
a fair fight.
He doesn't want that 10. We know what happens if that rolls off. Broadway showers him. You see some of the outs above, grayed out, 3 of them to be specific, an actual 7-outer that Kassouf needs to fade, and the king, a devastator. All of a sudden, just 2 red 9s will spare Seyo Kassouf from departure. And it isn't there.
What a run, sir. One more falls.
Respect to the man who's a native of Dubrovnik, Croatia. Such a beautiful pocket off the Adriatic. Now lives in Vegas, restaurant owner, poker player since the year 2000. And the dream of a deep run in the main realized and also dashed all at once. 152,000 in career tournament earnings coming into this one, just about 2xing.
By the way, the rail is stacking up the drinks over there. If we look at this rail, you know, see the way the gentleman is just kind of holding that drink in the sort of blue, the teal. You know, it's almost resting on the belly.
Yeah, right. What about the one-man Jack Daniels pyramid?
We have the Jack Daniels, as you said, the big, like, peach Corona. It's, you know.
Yeah, that was a tall boy.
Back to the main feature, I believe. Wow.
Well, hang on.
Not good for Merson.
The feature here, of course, are the red aces of Sedell on the button, salivating at
I missed the
Veloso's
4-bet from Veloso. This could perhaps be a road to the muck for Merson. Just at a glance, I didn't think that was possible, but Veloso coming with the 4-bet to 2 million.
Well, let me unpack it here. It was 300 from Veloso, a flat from Merson, who was in the weeds under rep. Sedell 3-betting looking like a squeeze. The 4-bet from Veloso, and now Merson rips it in there.
Talk about the dream for Sedell, my word.
You know, despite the fact that unquestionably we have the best hand, we say all in, slathering added chips above and beyond. Veloso says goodbye to a bundle, and perhaps we say goodbye to Merson. What I was going to say is for Sedell, we're nutted, and yet we're a touch nervous.
Oh, we're nervous if we're Sedell.
Yeah, and pardon me, I didn't clock that Merson is the covering stack over Sedell, so all hope is not lost. He'll be left with 3.6, but it ain't a good way to wind down day 6. The brow furrowed, and with good reason. Lady luck required for Greg Merson to avoid real harm. And Sedell looking to ward her off. 13-3 in the middle. Queen-free environment. Aces holding.
Can you find a 9 or a jack? Something to give a little glimmer of hope to Merson.
No, that's anti-perspirant.
Really make you
on
sweat
the turn.
It thinks, right?
Keep it queen-free dealer. Compliance for Sedell. Ben Merson, by the way, had somewhat of an aggressive clacking of the chips there.
Okay, no worries.
And Sedell's going to walk this one off. I mean, that's a big moment for Pomp. We'll let the accounting play out there.
See what's going on over here, Ali.
You know what's interesting, by the way, quickly, as we head back over to Kassouf & Co., is Pomp's favorite poker player, Greg Merson.
12, I mean.
And perhaps even more so now.
I can tell you this, Greg's favorite player is not Pomp at the moment. I think we can.
I like your read, by the way.
Producer Jackie has let us know that Kassouf is getting clocked over here, and, you know.
Looks like it didn't take
history
long.
has a tendency to repeat itself.
Little relapse there, huh? Deja vu with 6s here. Just one pair of them.
Only way they can get me if I lose ace, I lost ace and king. Some people didn't even see, I don't know if they showed it, some people didn't even see the ace and king. That's the one that put me down to 30 bigs, because I had chunks. If I had a massive stack
We
like
can
this,
see Schultze doesn't go quietly, covering,
I'm not 5x ripping.
peeling with 4-3 off.
Yeah, that's pretty sure. But But there's a part of me, they're all like berating me for tanking. Border was like, you know, then, oh, you never fall in, it's actually getting like that. You know, all the fans and say, oh, when he's open, I three bet, he's four bet, under the gun. He does that with me, right? He does it with ace king, queens, and ace king, right? He's got ace king suited, he's got 3 outs. He's got queens, got 2 outs. He could have kings, same hand as unlikely.
Winner.
One hand. Do you know what I mean? But he's underdone. But because it's against me, he's never just flatting out of position to me, knowing that I play 9 high like a boss. And he heard rumours apparently that I made a woman a cry, make it like drawing down to tears, like Stacey Madison. No, the one that went bluff with 9 high like a boss, Stacey Madison, she folded queens. And he heard rumours about me. I'm this person. I like berated her. And, you got changes? Card dealer, big blind special. This one. Oh, thanks. Big blind special. Let's go. Here's Willie. Thanks, Willie. Here's the one. Let's go. But yeah, it's completely cool. She admitted on camera, like, she doesn't cry about anything in poker. That was just a little room, and it's just an excuse for him to have a go at me. And he started barking across the table at me, saying, "You're verbally abusing." Let's do it. He was the one. He was the one verbally abusing me. I didn't say anything. All I said was, I'm trying to just get information. No, you're not. What you're doing is called verbal abuse. You're rude. It's mean. Take your privilege. Take 3 times. But if he did it as a tactic, I was discussing with the other people, if he did it as a tactic to like rile me up, to get me to shove with 10s or jacks, shove light, he's done a good job. You think it's a tactic, right? But he didn't. And the way I know he didn't is because when eventually someone called stock on me, I got either 5 bet down or fold. I'm like committed. I said, there's part of me that actually wanted to fold. And I was going to quote my Lebanese friend Freddie D and say, I make 1 big laydown every tournament, an open fold.
Schumacher raising here.
It would have been the stickiest, biggest laydown with my stack of the WSOP ever, to fold pocket kings with that stack I had.
Trying to lay out for it, but obviously the gaps are few and far between. The Kassouf is engaging Ben Jackson in a recollection of that infamous moment where Griffin Benger got him with aces versus kings.
$1,000. Congratulations.
Really? Is that what he's doing?
I think that's the moment he's
$30,000.
revisiting.
Thank you for raising my big blind. I'm happy you raised my big blind. I can now fold. I can also shove. I'm not calling. Shove or fold.
I've been playing almost a week straight of this.
$35,000. Or $30,000.
Luckily, I played 1A, so I had like a few days off.
We made $30,000 just by sitting here talking about bad beats from 2016.
Look at
coolers, aces, kings losing, and
Schumacher's mystified, you know.
Yes, you know, I played with this William. He's really a character, you know.
Super short, A6 ninjas.
You won't believe.
$30,000.
William was at 8 of clubs, 9 of diamonds. I said, okay.
I might order a steak. I've got salad. Should we order a steak? Do you want ribeye? Should we get a tomahawk steak each? We just can't be tight. We just won $30,000.
He has the same sort of bewildered
nine big
look on his face of,
like a boss.
you know, a child being introduced to a magician for the first time.
He just said 9 high like a boss.
$72 plus tax plus tip.
It's
you know, just like
I don't know what to say. You know, I
by sharing bad beat stories and coolers from 2016.
I'm kind of
reminiscing, fun times, Ben, from 9 years ago.
Sort of awestruck
at this point.
And I think Donald Trump is my good omen, because he was elected president 2016. I had my deep run 2016. He's now president 2025. Hashtag 9 years later, high like a boss. You can't make up. You cannot make this shit up. And people call me the Donald Trump of poker, you know, because I'm controversial, polarizing, and chaotic. But I speak my mind and I get shit done. You know? So that's the bottom line. That's what counts. Fair. You know. So
Pisarenko looking to make it count. Ace Jack, 3 1/4. Offering out King Queen.
Be gasoline.
Wants to take a peek.
I like that one. It's got a picture of the Joker with the fire in the background. What do you think? That's a good one. Suits me, right? I think suits me more than suits.
Chilling.
What's he done? Cack boss? 325. Is it straddle or raise? Is it straddle or raise, Willie?
That's a raise.
I know.
Was it raise? I need to ask the dealer. Was it a raise? Okay, I'm just confirming. I know some people. I know you like to play cash game, high roller boss, Russian cash game. I told him we're going to play Bobby's room. With Gus Hansen and Patrick Antolius.
I believe Afriat just slid in. He's the Kamala Harris of poker.
I think. I need to call the floor to find out if there's been a sicker stop and go. He's called, right? 325?
His candidacy could very well come to an end, by the way, if this Jack 9 of clubs.
I think he's coming in for the call, but you know, when his stack gets really short, I've noticed sometimes he views it as all in or fold, but I'm not saying he should call, but
there's grinding and then there's this. This is sick. I've actually got a hand. I can either literally do all 3. I can fold, call, or shove.
walking us through the available options is Kassouf. Taking the load off us here in the booth. I hesitate to express gratitude.
Wow. What a nit. I'm going to regret that. I'm going to eat my rabbit food, or I don't deserve a ribeye steak or tomahawk after that fold.
All right, he is out. Another ace-jack off for Jackson, and this is an interesting decision for him whether to defend or just stick it in pre. Of course, the under-the-gun open from Pisarenko is scary, but this is a 12, 13 BB type of hand. I could see both. But all in really springs to mind, especially given Afriyat is a pretty liberal sort of, he'll get in there and dance around.
Well, I think also the potential for the extra 3 1/4 to just slide our way uncontested.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh,
62 left in the main, and under the gun open from Pisarenko. He's gone. Let's just move forward. But, and he has, you know, Kassouf eating the salad, he's just talking, not, so maybe, here we are.
Heads up to the 6-6-4, 2 diamond flop now. Advantage ace high.
Tim Ryan, I think, like massage the shoulders. He goes, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Happened to me before. It's happened to me before. I'll be fine. And he's sweating. He's, well, it's good. I'm smiling, all casual, calm on the beach table.
Afriyat with all the suits covered as far as future potential, and still the raw king-queen high.
Well, 2 1/4 is the tale continues to be told. You know, let's see. Afriyat wants to take a gander.
I like this continue from Afriyat.
It isn't just show me a king or queen, but also show me another barrel if it's within you. 3 of hearts. Now Pisarenko has some questions as to where he is. Some of those little pairs, the 7s, maybe some 8s, a part of Afriyat's kit.
Without a doubt, a variety of pocket pairs, some of the floats that we're looking at, some flush draws. I think we kind of like the ace of clubs, just blocking the ace-6 suited. The jack of hearts does a good job of not being a backdoor spade draw, but just ace-jack at the same time. He's eyeing his chips, Ali, and even though it's the best hand, if he finds a barrel here, it's kind of nice. He's stone under the gun. He's really repping a big pair. And sometimes when we get the worst hand to fold, we still stop them from bluffing us. So it's a sort of subtle form of playing defense. Having said that, Afriyat immediately cutting out chips and might be posing some real problems. This guy is super tough. That's the thing about being out of position versus a guy like this with all sorts of chips. It just feels that these plays often don't work out. As much as we applaud the bravery, perhaps this one is over, or perhaps not. Let's see.
Well, he's added nearly $1 million to the 8 1/4, which respectably was deployed by Pisarenko, but respect to Afriyat for demonstrating the ambitions, but what are we credibly repping here? That is the question. However, Pisarenko does not seek an answer, as the river would become a murky affair potentially, and Eric Afriyat earning one there.
That was beautiful from Afriyat.
He didn't, but yeah, I've got no.
Says he discovered poker at an early age, first playing 5-card draw and 7-card stud in high school. Primarily played cash games after graduating.
By the way, that 5-card draw is, and 5-card stud especially, as we see the notables, is a really good baseline for playing live poker, big time.
165K payout band. That's where we're at right now, as you saw the payouts. And now a look at the notables brought to you by PokerStars. There's the grinder, who's got a little axe to grind, it would seem. 7 of hearts, big call on the paired board with 4 hearts out there. Called a raise on the end, punching up.
Yeah.
22 million.
Yeah, the recreational player who tried a few satellites and maybe satellite in. Like maybe if they cash, they might play one other event, but they're not gonna blast everything away. And other people that come to play the main, they might just play
Aces for Palomares.
mini main or whatever other event is just prior to that.
This is very much the prescription for a late day 6 spin up, 2.5 million. But only one part of the puzzle here complete. He needs customers.
Raise it up, make it 300,000.
300, a simple click. Ace-4 on the button with no interest. And around to the Jack-Deuce offsuit for the wounded Greg Merson. That one felt like it hurt a little bit. Forgive the obvious, but 2 bigs means a lot more than it did before he got entangled.
For Greg, I think he just wasn't in a rush, that particular hand. I don't think it was any pain associated with his movements there.
Certainly has been far from a pleasant day of poker for Palomares as he sort of languishes. But you know, you can do a lot with 15 to 20 bigs, and I often regard that as, for those that are professional poker players, as the sort of stack depth upon which they place a tremendous amount of study and focus, because you expect to be dealing with it so often when it counts.
Big time.
Pocket jacks now.
And a lot of maneuvering and depth off those stack sizes, as you just said. It's not all kind of let's hope to get lucky, you know? Oh, Palomares is just all in.
Rip City with the red hooks.
I've been wrong all day, but Prokopchuk looks intrigued to me.
2.8.
Okay, once again.
You know, unless he's got some weird place in his heart for 10-8.
Talk about intrigue, though.
Hallaert finds aces. What a time to be alive as he rates to bring out the Reaper and the death of Palomares. This additional 75K will be requested.
Well, I actually don't think it will until the flop.
Point,
yes, at some point. But for Kenny, it's very, very clear we just go for the call. Probably with every hand that we continue with, but certainly with this one.
I think it's also clear that we can blame the weight of the microphone for this deeply plunging neckline, which has sort of given us a glimpse into...
Oh my God, I'll just put a pin in that. We might have a runaway chip leader at the end of this pot. This is wild.
Aces versus queens is how Sudell landed on 13 million versus Merson, and now he's on the receiving end of it. We have 2.8, effectively an all-in from Palomares. The flat by Hallaert on the button obviously does create concern.
Man, so this is a 20 big jam. This is unbelievable. Sudell has 90 bigs.
You know, Palomares knows the 75 must go, but of course he's not in love at all with
the snap from Hallaert.
Yeah.
My word.
Yikes.
Dear Lord.
Jacks, chover directo. Haces y queen.
I love these moments.
Well, such is life when we play with matches at the gas station. Aces, jacks, and queens all.
I meant, when I said I love these moments, I meant the rail camaraderie.
Oh, right.
But of course, three-way all-ins and such. I just mean these guys are cool, you know. It's.
And you hear calls for Jota. Jack in Spanish. Sedell can only shake his head and lament the misfortune. As it seemed like he was going to hit the pillow in good shape.
It is unfortunate, but it was a touch close. You know, don't get me wrong. And Kenny just with a dagger eliminator. Sedell does have the clubs working. For Palomares, it's just over.
Jack.
Of course, but, you know.
You famously pointed out a path that was so improbable once upon a time in the PPC when Josh Aryeh made a wheel against Bryce Yockey. It would take something extraordinary here for Palomares to be the victor. Take it off the table and take running clubs off the table as well.
Unbelievable.
A double KO and
Hallaert
a
up to
dramatic
almost
one.
40 M's. Great game, Palomares. What a run.
It is one of those.
Agradecido y satisfecho.
Congrats to him.
And for Sedell, that's a real heartbreaker, man.
So good.
Fantastic run there as well for Derek.
It hurts for both, but obviously
what a crazy setup.
Palomares was far leaner on chips.
Yeah, no, for Sedell to just kind of, you know, it's hard to get 90 bigs in the middle, but that was that kind of freaky situation. I don't know, that was wild.
All the required ingredients.
Thank you.
What is going on? Hallaert was the chip leader for the bulk of the day, and he reclaims it promptly over Eric Afriat. As you see the moment where the rail is wrapped and it dawns upon us that our time in the main is over. At least there was a lot of love for their man Palomares from his rail. Love to see it.
I speak 7 words of Spanish.
It appears to have been a lot of Michelob as well.
Yeah, they were, you
7
know.
words of Brazilian.
Man.
Portuguese. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Portuguese.
How's this guy feeling right now, Ali?
Brazilian. I like Brazil, but...
Well, if the liberal dose of chest hair is any indication, you know, swaggy, I believe is the word that comes to my mind.
Do you have any hair on your chest, or do you kind of remove it? Because you're very sort of, you know...
Preened?
Yeah, you are, though.
I'm a manscaper, Nick. You know, the hedges stay pruned.
Let me see what's going on under there.
I'm a little bit, you know, it's been a long summer. I haven't really maintained at the same level. But you know, if you really, do you really want to?
Yeah, I'll take a peek. Just sheer curiosity's sake.
You really want to peek?
Yeah, I'll take a little peek.
A little peek. This is, and by the way, a lot of salt in the pepper at this point.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay.
Brazilian.
Yeah. All right.
What do you got? You working with something in there? You know.
This isn't a two-way. This is a one-way street.
Man, you can't go one way. Give me a button, Nick. Give me one button.
Yeah, Spanish.
By the way, he's complying, and I'm deeply surprised by it. Okay, and some ink, by the way, on the left. What do we have here? Is that pinky? It says. What is that? Ginky. Can you share, or is it personal?
Friend of mine from the pool hall.
Okay.
Passed away. Rest in peace. One of the greatest pool players of all time. Truly.
Well known, by the way.
Yo, legend in New York. George Ginky Sansusi. Ducks for Veloso.
Hallaert has some serviceable kit here. The King Queen offsuit, and never mind the 36 million. Not going to make things uncomfortable. Although the King Queen offsuit in particular, I've observed employed as a candidate, well served not to have on this occasion as Ihab Ali finds ace king. He flats from the small.
No, Ali saw what just went down with Sedell. He said, I'm not playing that whole game. I have 14 million right here, and we're not gonna, you know.
I remember the old school dudes, 2 decades plus removed, and a different game back then.
It's a drawing hand.
It's a drawing hand. You remember that?
Of course.
They used to hit me with that a lot. when you'd get a little ahead of your skis with it. 7-6-4, and this is where Ali feels validated. He's like, yeah. Pair of sixes for Mangini, who climbed aboard, by the way. The leader. 3 knuckles in front of Hallaert.
I would imagine there will be a 4th knuckle upon us, although he might want to put that 35 mil to use, but let's go for the check. Mangini picks up clubs to go along with his 6.
Still in front. Aggressive check there from Ali. Once more round of checks in front of us. That's the lone piece of paint that doesn't connect with Hallaert. You know, he might be thinking this big stack affords him some frisk here, but does check back prudently.
Maybe with 1 club.
Ali hits the ace on the river, allowed to arrive free of charge.
You know, you're right. I don't think any of us saw Ali finding a way to win this pot, but there is indeed the glorious ace of hearts.
Welcome. Where did that come from?
We don't know.
I might have the best hand before that.
Is
The
Hallert's
city hand.
mic cable just constructed of lead?
Listen, man.
I'm just saying that's a crew neck shirt that has gone to a deep V.
Welcome.
Let Hallaert cook right now, Ali.
Yeah, listen, I don't think I have a choice. 35 million in front of the chef. He's put some people on the grill.
You know, Sadell will be thinking about that one for a while. That's the ride home. That's in bed tonight. That's tomorrow. But it'll wear off, and you know, he'll be proud of the run. What a sick one. And it's just such a rare spot. When the opener from the low jack went all in for 20 bigs, you don't see that all the time this deep in a tournament. So it's, you know, this is just a rare situation.
Well, remember, Hallert's flat also for me, you know, rang the alarm bells a bit.
Well, of course. I mean, you know, this is nice from Merson. He knows Hallert's raising wide, just leveraging his chips, and decides to live with the 4-4.
3 1/4. Taken all the way up to 3.2. It's Joe Ozumaku. Was paid a visit earlier by Jeff Platt. Looks down at that ace-jack. Not really as cuspy as one might be tempted to think it is in the face of this much heat from Merson's hard 8. And Hallaert had an affinity for Jack 10 of spades until the price point.
Probably
Shot all the way up.
Damn it. Flop. Just talking
You
earlier.
look like you had suited jack face. So.
You know, there's something remarkable about Greg Merson, and not everybody is going to know this, but he did share it with us in his bio, Nick. Talked about drug addiction and recovery that preceded his incredible run, you know, to his current life.
Yeah, he's been really open about that. And it was
Yeah.
pretty inspiring, you know, his first run. You know, he touched on some of that stuff.
Not going to touch on 10-6.
It's a good thing you're sober, brother. With some of your just kind of addictive tendencies, or call it, I can't imagine if you got into the hard stuff.
I do have, you know, a real
appetite.
I can really obsess, get deep into things, and you know, so.
Well,
while
Garner and Duenas are deep into this classic flip, 14.55 in the middle.
Like even that Dutchie might not get past to the left-hand side, is what I'm trying to say. Meanwhile, Ace-King passes Jacks for top pair. Garner back up against the wall here. Needed it. Duenas poised, trying to summon Jacob. Paging Jake to the river. Are you there? 14.5 is Duenas's, if he is, but no cameos beyond the in-hand holding. So Garner with an important hold, or rather...
And it looks like Duenas still quite healthy. All right. Cutting him out, paying off.
No, I'm addicted to refined sugar, I think.
Brother, you're addicted to...
I think 8 game or 10 game.
And also to the handful of days each summer that I get to come in here and go through this catharsis. By the way, Schulze, ace-jack.
But in the words of Will Kassouf, if you got it, you got it. It's a cooler. I'm all in.
All right, Will. We don't know what he has as of yet. He will be getting called.
Bonne chance, monsieur. I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's actually a little bit scary for Schultz to just early 10 bigs, but he'll be getting called.
I've told them before, I'm polarizing. Either the absolute coconuts, nuts, or 9 high.
It won't be me, my friend.
It's not going to be, and it's not 9 high. That's all I'm saying. Get it in good. Absolute coconuts.
Where do you put him real quick before we figure it out?
I think he has a good hand.
Ace jack.
Better ace?
Ace jack, ace queen.
Wow, he just asked him if he has ace jack.
Soul read, ace jack. Hold. 10s against ace jack.
Okay, 2 overs.
Soul read him, ace jack, 100%. Any bricks about?
It's a little spooky, by the way, the frequency with which Kassouf just zeroes right in on it.
Thank you very much in advance. I appreciate you. Thank you, Charlene. All we need to see is burn 1 card, brick, 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 followed by brick, brick. If you want to put a 10 out there, then you go for it, honey. Dealer's choice. Huh?
It's also burn on the turn.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll play this. She dealt this game before. Leave it to Charlene. She's the pro. Please, no cards, no comments. Thank you.
I'm not so sure Charlene,
Just keep it low, Charlene. That's it. Just low flop.
you know, is really
10.
amused
I don't need to
either.
take the 10. Just keep it low. Like 4, 5,
Schultze
9.
would
4,
love
5, 9.
to shower Kassouf and put a silencer on things.
Oh, club working for Kassouf.
What, do you want to run it all clubs? Once or twice? Hang on. Floor, can we run it twice if we agree? 2 players. Run it twice. It comes a club. I'm saying, do you want to run it twice? If you run it once, it comes a club anyway.
Just do it like we do it.
It's a club. Thank you, Charlene. Join dead on the turn.
Just do it like we do it.
For a real poker star GG poker hand.
Yeah, don't worry, Schultze. We're going to do it. We're going to do it like we do it.
Charlene, do it for the fans. Jack of clubs on the turn. Here it comes. Bingo. Oh, ace. This is really unlucky now. It's really unlucky.
Jack of clubs removed.
Not now.
Kind of strange. The ace actually doesn't change anything.
Run it once or twice. It comes a 10 of club on the river. I'm telling you.
The Jack of
it's gonna
clubs.
come
Wow,
9
my
of clubs
word.
on the river. Right? 9 of clubs.
Removes 1 out.
Removes the 1, but it's
9 of
just
clubs.
with...
Thank you.
Anyway, here we
Very
are.
much. Back
It's
up.
that time of the
9
night.
of clubs, one time. Let's
Will
go.
it be a
Any 10
muzzling
in the club,
river?
Charlene, you choose. And club. Thank you.
No! Oh my God,
It's
he
not
finds
You
it.
sound surprised. I knew it was coming. I did say the 9 o'clock queen of clubs. He's
got,
trips.
you know,
I got a flat.
Schultze is paying off in a rather robust...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe you'll sit down now, you piece of shit.
I'm just rehearsing for day 10. It's only day 10. Rehearse for day 10. I knew it was coming.
Kassouf lives. Listen, I know some of you guys at home are happy, you know, and some of you aren't. But I know some of you deep down
Donald Trump knew it's coming.
were this deep in the circus. It's just...
You got it. You got it. Get it in good. He got lucky.
Schultz is boiling right now, by the way.
Why don't you have a seat?
Yeah, I think, you know, his true.
By the way, end of the day, sometimes Ali and I do this, but Schultz is all right, man. You know, he's sick, but as well he should be.
I knew that club was coming. It's destiny. I told you. It's destiny. I'm at least getting to heads up. They asked me the question earlier. How much would it take to forfeit my stack? How much would it take
on the wrong end of the vice versa?
On day 5, I said $6 million.
Let's see, by the way.
I didn't even think twice. $6 million. $6 million.
Everything I've seen from Kassouf, this one's getting raised. But it is just ace deuce, you know, under the gun 8.
Yeah, I'll show you finish the bars. Yeah, if you double me up, Eric, I'll buy you dinner first before you buy me dinner in Montreal. How's that?
By the way, you know, the impact of this.
Ben knew it's coming. He didn't know it's coming.
Stronger than any sort of amphetamine available
Six more hands.
on the market.
Six more.
Including this one?
No, this is number 1.
This
is 1 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Button on Ben. Button. I've got a handy. I'm not wasting time. Okay, cancel.
He does let it go.
Cancels the clock also,
so
by the way.
Seat 3, right? I did say in advance, because I thank you in advance, Charlene. I said, I appreciate you. Thank you, Charlene. I appreciate you guys are worried I was going to, like, bust. You were worried, Gary, all right? You guys are worried that another ace and
the thing about a Kassouf that is compelling, or a Cabral,
I've still got any 10
or
in the
others,
club. You're like,
is we get to observe.
Adds to the drama. He's now got trips.
And this is not a statement on what's right or what's wrong whatsoever. But we get to observe an agent of chaos in a huge pressure spot ruffle people's feathers. And we all love the kind of character observation and, you know?
Sure.
I had 1.5 mil. That's 10 big blinds. 1.5 is nothing. What do you think what happened? Bad beats happen. You heard of bad beats? Yeah. How long have you got for me to tell you the bad beat stories? I've got like 5 bad beat stories.
Ace 10 for Hendricks here. Dancing with Schumacher.
I mean, you got a large glass of wine. Sounds like you got like at least 20 minutes. You want to hear
350 pre.
If you want, honey.
Yeah, let's go hard.
No action post thus far.
I just sit off and just go home.
Fewer and further between have been the involvements from Hendricks, in contrast to Schumacher, who's been out there.
Hendricks is very steady.
I like his game a lot.
Yeah, he gets after it. He does stuff, but he's hard to sort of remove, you know? This is cool. That's just a value bet.
Like a stubborn corn on the outside of the pinky toe.
Yeah, wow.
Hand number 2.
Dr. Scholes has got these little, not that I know from experience, but I'm just saying for those suffering, you can remove them.
What is that? What is a corn?
I don't know, as I'm not a podiatrist, but it is an unsightly sort of buildup of dead skin or some sort of callus.
You weren't sweating it.
Even after that flop. I felt I was going to win. I wasn't even sweating. These guys on the rail were sweating because they're worried I'm 1 card away from elimination. You've got to get lucky to get my chips. You got to hit a bingo ace. 2 outer. Because there's another ace on the turn. Yeah, bingo 2 outer on the turn. Burn a card, another ace.
By the way, never before has a double to 3.4 with the blinds at 150 led to this measure of elation.
Rub down, hashtag bad beat jackpot.
Yeah, you're right.
Button should be here.
I mean, you know, if I had my eyes closed, I'd be like, what does he have, Nick? 35 million? No, not quite.
3.4 million, in case you want to update.
Welcome, Mr. Lee.
3.4, yeah. I had 1.5.
Clearly a Pats fan, or the loser of some sort of bet with a Bostonian sports fan.
Go Pats.
Along the way.
What's up, Lee? Not that I actually root for the Pats, but, you know, he's all in. Snowman.
Didn't take long.
1.6.
Seems like the time is now, he deems. 10 big blind neighborhood. With the 8s, Charles Lee. Pretty one here for Schultz. But
Yeah, this is a touch close against hijack. He's had a few of these.
And by the way, his bell got rung moments ago against...
Oh, actually,
Kassouf.
forgive me, it's 11. I thought it was more. I think he's just going to call. I thought for some reason it was well, more like 14 bigs. This is, what is this? Ollie, help me. 11 and change?
150, we're looking at 11 bigs, basically.
Right, 11 and change. It's close.
We've
actually
got
quite close. Again.
One already out there for Schultz. 9.4 back. So the requirement is basically 10 bigs.
If the player we're up against, we think has Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, and so on, it's an easier call than if we're worried it's a more condensed range than it would be under kind of normal circumstances. He does let it go. It was quite close.
He was happy about that one.
And the war rage is on.
We're going to free the big ace.
Small skirmish.
Said he wishes to come back tomorrow.
Flames out.
No, we're like a Make-A-Wish Foundation.
King Jack.
It's like a Make-A-Wish Foundation. Want to come back tomorrow? Okay.
Yours. What's yours?
All right. Took it from my stack, but you took an extra one.
Is that Wyatt Earp?
Yes. Oh, man, I'm counting every second.
Never mind, the glimpse was short-lived, and perhaps the likeness was a touch ambitious. Fair, okay, well, that's ace-king for Schwartzberg. Quite the shuffle from my man. Appears he's just out of here on a rascal. It's anyways. Any customers about here?
300.
It's Kassouf.
Give me a second double up. I'm
Uh-oh.
agree. I'm happy for you to give me some chips. You don't have to double me up. That's up to you. It depends how much you like money. You look like you're a millionaire. Those glasses, the look, the hair. Playing this for fun, like peanuts, 10K, right? Smiling now, you know, right? 10K, like, boop, click it in, boop. You want it to be unlimited re-entry. You can do 5 bullets. 5 bullets, right? It's only 1 bullet. You love it, yeah, it's good for the game. I know, it's punted 300K. Did you even look at your cup? You looked at 1, right?
Collectively.
You sick man. I don't mind, listen, I don't mind if you double me up or you give me a chips, it's up to you.
Life.
If you don't like money, you can double me up. If you like money, then...
Come on, my buddy, come on.
I've got a hand, buddy.
Okay, my friend.
Are you tilting? Are you tilting?
No, I'm trying to.
Can you sit in your chair properly? People think you've like shrunk. Like what happened to you? Eric, what happened to you? I call.
There you go.
You see, I told you, I'm not wasting time. I'm not giving you the speech the other end of the table and I'm tanking with nothing and folding. Please. I was either calling or raising.
I would never call the clock on.
Yeah, you don't need to. It was last 3 hands anyway. I had a hand. I was never folding.
I'll wait for tomorrow.
He's 7 in a way, and it stays there on the Jack 10-3 board. Though the ace of clubs works, 2 overs, Broadway gutter, and a king of clubs for Schwartzberg.
I've got this hand on this flop. It all depends what you have. I should bet here, but we'll give him a chance. If I bet, he's going to fold anyway. I speak the truth. Just saying how it is. Definitely better flop for my hand than yours. Big blind special. Bigger, more. That's it. Yeah. How much?
425.
425. What's with the 25?
He'll be happy.
Why not 4 or 450?
4 1/4 follow through in the face of the check from
4 1/4.
Kassouf.
4 1/4.
I think 3 more after this.
4 and a nickel. Any nickels about? 4 1/4.
Yeah.
Everyone was hoping on this. Everyone. He was the only one who wasn't hoping. This turn,
Was that a federal agent or something? I mean, that was a real quick flyby with the long lens on the rail, and I didn't see a credential, I confess. Just kind of came over, snapped a couple of covert shots.
Yeah.
You know,
4 1/4.
could have been a private
is telling me
investigator or something. Anyway.
This could be a cooler, and I want to avoid the coolers in the last 3 hands of the night.
That'd be pretty fun. Oh my.
I'm going to make a big laydown. Because I'm going to see this on stream. Because on stream, if we weren't on stream table, I'm calling all raisins. I fold.
Not really that big, is it?
Show one. I've got gut shot, joint
It's not really that big, end of the day.
This is a huge card for that flop. Huge. I'll see on stream.
I think Pisarenko's had his fill.
Jack, huh?
You know,
4 1/4 with your
that
king
man
jack.
needs an Advil
4
stat.
1/4 with your king jack, huh? He raised you with the king jack, honey. He raised you with the king jack. Nice hand. Good catch. Good catch. You got it, man. You got it.
You missed the flop.
No, keep the flop. It's fine. Keep the flop.
By the way, shout out to Russell and Christina, our mods on the PokerGo chat.
Eric, take a break.
Our
Go to
eyes
the
are
restroom,
trained
do what
on
you
so
want
many
to. There's no
screens.
queue.
I
Then
actually
come back and you
asked
can
whether
back
or
up.
not
You
they
don't
would
play.
be
You
willing
don't
to
play last
monitor
game. Go, buddy.
the
You're like,
chat and
go,
send us
come
sort
on,
of
come on.
choice
You don't wanna
cuts.
play?
And
You don't want to be the blind.
Somebody's gonna bite my
as such, we've been casting our eyes on some of the sentiments, and it was quite polarized when Kassouf doubled.
Even one more hand. You can go. You don't get penalty. You can leave when you
But I
want.
feel like I'm a quitter.
That makes sense.
Yeah, story checks out.
You know, nobody's just indifferent on him, really. Well, actually, maybe a
You
bit.
don't need to get involved. You can just go. They'll bag you up. You're the famous Eric Gentilhomme from Montreal. Exactly. They'll bag you up, buddy. They won't bag me up. They're like, get that Will Kassouf's ass back here, trying to bag up his chips, that fool. Where's he run out of the room, fool? But Eric, gentlemen, they'll bag you up, Eric, don't worry. You're a bit older. You're like Phil Hellmuth moaning about this.
If Schulze were to reach out very slowly and purse his index finger and thumb upon the upper and lower lip of Kassouf, and then press, you know, authoritatively but non-menacingly, this could be an epic solution to what ails him.
I'm sure he would like to do that.
Yeah. I'd like to observe Kassouf's response to the slow inbound kind of crab claw, but anyhow.
Not sure why we don't have whole cards on him, but
yeah, clearly
we can see they're on the reader.
Scannable. Is he looking over at someone on the rail? And
He's looking at the clock,
okay.
I believe, the tournament clock. And you know, they've drawn for hands remaining in the night, so no reason to stall. Maybe it was a decision. Jackson's gone.
I mean, he was folding quickly in some spots. There.
Faltan 2 man.
Been a minute since we checked in with Jeff Platt. Let's send it down to him as he's standing by with the dearly departed.
Well, Munir, what a ride. I got to thank you on behalf of poker fans just for putting on an excellent show for us. What was it like for you to be the main character of that show?
Well, maybe it doesn't. I was not the main character for me. So I was me. I did not do it for to be the main character. It just was me. So yeah. I know I saw my Texas. I mean, my phone explodes, but I didn't do it. I was me.
You think it's good for the game that you bring that kind of approach to poker, where you can allow yourself to have fun like that while you're playing at a serious point in the tournament?
Well, we have in No Filter. We have a very easy rules. It's no staff abuse, no player abuse, and within legal boundaries. And that's it. And some people, I think, just because you talk doesn't mean you're within those boundaries. And some of them who are, I really don't like them. So I'm doing my thing. I'm not doing it for someone else. I do it because I like to have fun. And I hope that I bring joy to the table. And yeah, I'm not doing it because of spectacular. Just do it because of fun. I mean, maybe on 2 days I'm going to play a $100 tournament and just having fun. I do the same, bitch. I do the same thing there.
I know you aren't doing it for anybody else, but I do think it is good for everybody else. We appreciate the time. Great run at it for the main. Really nice to meet you.
It's been an amazing treat. It's my pleasure, and it's the best tournament in the world.
Guys, you would agree, an amazing treat for us as well.
It is.
Without question, I would say the most memorable
Oh, that was a legendary
energy
run.
on day 5 was his, and it won't be forgotten anytime soon. That's for sure. GG's.
Me and Ben are going to spin it up tomorrow.
To Premier,
bosses.
Tayo.
It's not how you start. It's how you
No
finish.
filter
Tomorrow's another day.
and no apologies.
And there's 3 more days.
No
In fact, 4
ill
more
spirit
days.
whatsoever
There's
on
4
that
more days
guy.
left of this tournament.
Just
7, 8,
doing his
final
thing.
table, 9, 10. 10-day tournament. Long way to go.
By the
boys.
way,
None of you
you
can
know,
win it
I
tomorrow.
feel compelled, Nick,
or the day
because
after.
you're included in this offer that's been extended. During one of the breaks, I bumped into Mr. Tayo, and we've been
You play day
cordially
7, then day
invited
8,
to the
Sunday,
No
Monday,
Filter
day after,
Poker
interviews in
Series
Tuesday,
in
final
Tallinn,
table, you play from 9 players to 4.
Estonia.
Wednesday from 4 players to 10.
Nick, and you know,
But there's a weird thing, end of day 8. You're playing up to
there've
final
been some
table, but they
arrangements
play-
made.
When there's like 11 players left, you'll be 6 and 5. When there's 10 players left, it won't be 5 and 5. You go unofficial final table,
So,
you play 10-handed.
You're saying
I
we
think
should
that's
take
unfair
this
for the
show
players
on the
the
road
5-handed table.
down to
They might be playing like
Estonia?
an hour
You know,
time
we
on
can
the
always
table,
talk.
But to play, so
And
pack your
when they go
bags,
down to
sir.
the other table, when they're equal
Oh,
players,
you
they should be
would,
playing
you
5-handed,
would fit right
Play
in
down to final
down
9.
there at the
But
No
apparently-
Filter Tour.
Yeah, you're right. That's really my cup of tea.
Hang on. I don't make
Queen
sure
3
I'm still
offsuit is getting more than its fair share of airtime here. Closing in on the end of the night.
It is interesting. You know, a lot of his stalling isn't sort of to gain an edge, or maybe some of it is, but again, we've drawn for hands. There's no reason not to just let go of the Queen 3. I think it's just, he's just
A creature of habit.
perhaps a creature of habit to some degree, but Pisarenko slides into the Queen.
This one, another one of these blind versus blind mix-ups. Swartzberg checked back that suited ace. One spade,
Friendly, 150 is friendly.
and the 150 is called.
We probably make the same hand maybe.
Has Pisarenko been inspired by Kassouf, by the way, with a little bit of the gum flap?
Well, I think Swartzberg started it, but
9 of hearts on the turn. No further interest in betting out of Pisarenko. Backdoor hard arrival here. Swartzberg with nothing more than the ace high.
Queen.
Shut down.
She friendly. I don't bet value. I can bet value turn.
Spades, I bust you.
For really? Spade best?
Spade, spade.
But you, not spade.
One more hand at day
King
6
spade. Yeah.
of the main event remains.
not for that table, but for the feature.
I had 2 jacks.
You know, that table was not a favorite to complete prior to this one, on average.
There's no need to lie there. You're going to see it anyway.
Oh, you're right.
I had 2 jacks.
The dog came in.
Yeah, big time. You know, sometimes that
Even the
dog
doing,
comes
right?
in. That's the thing about sports, and
That's why you got to stay away from those live lines, you know.
well, the live lines are dangerous, and just the kind of big favorite. You know, what could go wrong?
We're up 3 touchdowns. There's 3 minutes left in the 4th. You know, let me lay that 48 to 1 or whatever. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 40. I mean, it's absurd.
No, I believe me.
Oh, trauma on the resume, Nick. King, queen. Was that queen 10 suited?
It was queen 10 suited. As you said, day 7 on the horizon. We see this.
Yeah, it's so unique, this animal that is the main, in terms of some of the observations, the procedures, standing so uniquely on their own. And at this point, as many years as we've been doing it, very familiar sights to us.
King guy.
No flop, as Veloso raises and takes it to draw the curtain.
Goes. I think
job,
it was
everyone.
3.
Hey, thank you.
They've made it.
Good dealing, Peter.
Cause for celebration.
Playing
with you
let me
guys.
know.
Oh,
I got you.
Perhaps
Pleasure playing with you. It's
for
great
some
to
on the
be
rail who are invested, quite literally.
Oh, there's some big sweats floating around.
Sack's full.
What do you have when I have the aces?
Wasn't a whole lot of sweat forming around Kenny Hallaert on the day. As you get a look at the schedule, tomorrow we start things off with Platt and Hanks at 1 o'clock. And Hallaert is standing by with Platt. Let's chat with the chip leader.
Tag at the main. Let's go chat with the chip leader going into day 7. Mike, let's come right this way. On the main stage at the Thunderdome, we're checking in with Kenny Hallaert, the PokerStars ambassador. I'm going to let him write the count on the bag, you know, because it's in his mind. It's a lot of chips. It's something you got to remember. Dim the lights. Love these guys on the rail. Just love these guys. Okay, Kenny, can I steal you real quick? Just as you're bagging, I know you've been here before. Let's step this way. Merson's always in the way.
He's been here before as well.
He's been here before as well. But aces versus queens versus jacks. Do you still feel it? Does it still get the blood pumping when you play an absolutely massive pot late in the main?
Yeah, I mean, you still get excited about pots like these because in the back of your head, you kind of know what the value is of such a pot. Like it was altogether 30 million in chips, so that's 500 starting stacks. That's a lot of potential money that can be won or lost and such. But it's still, whatever happens, happens at that moment. It's like, we play our hands, go all in, and whatever board turns out, it is what it is. Like I've been playing poker for over 20 years. I've seen it all. Like, of course, it's always nice to win, but if I would have lost, it would have been there. Like, I'm already grateful that I'm here again. So.
I know you told Natalie that you realize there is a long way to go in this tournament. What's the mindset going to be like entering day 7 as the chip leader?
Am I chip leader?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah. One hand at a time, just as I've done the last 6 days. Just no rush, and whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it a hand at a time. If I get knocked out tomorrow in the first hour, so be it. If I make day no, tomorrow's day 7.
Tomorrow's
right?
7.
If I make day 8, fun times ahead again. But yeah, I'll see. Just like one hand at a time, and yeah.
All right, guys, we'll see Kenny for day 7.
And presumably day 8 and beyond as well, as deep as he sits. Thank you to you, Jeff, and for Kenny for taking a moment there. Obviously, big smile on his face, partner.
It's at the bass, you know. We got the percussion going. Ali Najad on the bass. Kenny has a good attitude there, man. He seems, you know, very centered as we see the notables, Ali.
Yeah, off center was the latter portion of the day for Tayo, who is no longer with us. Leon Sturm hanging in. The leanest of the final look at the notables remaining. How about the grinder, 20 million? We keep a trained eye on him. Brought to you by PokerStars. Final thoughts, Nick?
No, I mean, this has been another wild day. The main always is. Delighted to see how it closes. It feels like it's wrapping up, but also we have so far to go still, so.
But so few
anything can happen, but
remaining with whom to take that journey. Just 57 of them to be precise. With that, we wind down the second edition of the 2025 night shift, but we'll be back in the booth tomorrow to relieve Jeff and Brent, who will kick you off 1 o'clock Pacific time. Set the alarms, do what you got to do. Come back and see us. Until then, peace.